Damn, June already got pinned? I didn't even get out here yet. What happened? What the hell? June already got pinned? Wait, that's crazy. Wait, that's actually insane. Wait, that's crazy. Huh? 3 times, by the way? Only 3 times? I thought it was going to be like 4. I thought it was going to be like 4. You know what I mean? Only? Anyway. Oh, my God. Yeah, Belmore could have done better than 3. Belmore, come on, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, guys. Now it's 4. It do be. It do be. Guys, y'all hate me so much? No. 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 What are you talking about? Us? Hate you? Hell no. Definitely not. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Hello, everybody. Hi, hi. Butt fart stink noise. Mod, shoot that guy. How's our favorite detective? I am tired. Oh my gosh, I'm tired. Man, my HG was right. What's your HG? What is that? Your voice is hot though? Thanks. I appreciate it. Hello, Mr. Chiato. I've waited your arrival. Oh, home girl. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, Aoya actually made these, Joe. I just only used the default one because it felt easier to stream in. So. Oh, I'm old. I didn't know what homegirl was. Clearly, I'm unk status now. I might have a good voice, but clearly I'm just stupid. You know? I'm just stupid. Oh my goodness gracious. Hey Roy, just wanted to say thanks for being a part of this. It was a lot of fun. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. And that makes me happy. Yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. That's what we're going to be talking about tonight, guys. Everybody, welcome to the stream. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee-fueled host with the most professional voice actor, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. I mean, it might be a little bit hard to tell with the clothes on, but I can't really take them off because I might get in trouble. So, we're not going to take them off. But, more importantly, for the past almost 2 weeks, many of you have come to know me as Detective Regal Cortado of the Los Santos Police Department. So... who counted the my cars last night? It had to have been at least 8, right? It had to have been at least 8, right? It had to have been at least 8. You sound like a mob boss when you say your name. It's because I'm from Jersey. Detective Regal Cortado from Jersey. I just let the accent slip out sometimes because I was just having fun with it. You know, hi Roy, also DistrictV, have fun. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, today, so there's a dozen donuts. What are you trying to stack them? That's crazy. And runs away. I said I would bring snacks. Well, thanks. Wait, that's actually way better. Did you get me a Boston cream? Don't repeat the Boston cream incident. If you forgot a Boston cream, I'm gonna scream. No cream, I'm screaming. Oh my goodness gracious. That car was cursed from the beginning. It really feels like it, huh? There's a Boston cream, but I already ate the cream out of it. Mod, shoot that guy. I did get you on bed. And the Boston cream curse. Yeah. Maybe. Oh wait, I got some coffee. Who's joining me with coffee tonight? Chat. 1's in chat if you have coffee tonight. 2's in chat if you don't have coffee. 3's in chat if 3. I'll drink in your honor. Let's go. Drink that coffee. 9, shoot that guy. 8, shoot that guy. 69. That's acceptable. 6, mod, shoot that guy. Caramel flan for me. Ooh, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 7 because I didn't hear anybody say it. 6, 7, shoot them. Shoot both of them. Pay for an all expenses paid trip to Hawaii and then cancel it last second when they're on their way to the airport. Ash! Oh my gosh, hi. Oh my gosh, hi, Ash. What's going on, homie? Speaking of homies, speaking of people that were part of District V, I almost said VCraft. I'm still saying VCraft. We just had 12 days of District V, and I'm still saying VCraft. Hi, Ash. I hope you're well. 4, I got tea. Wait. What kind of tea do you have? I had some chai earlier. Big fan of chai. But tonight I just have a coffee. I feel like coffee's pretty on brand for me. Ash, where? On the YouTube side. What do you mean where? What do you mean where? District V Craft. So I want to get this out of the way because I'm sure somebody's going to ask why I didn't seem to care more about Carlisle dying. Orange Pico. What are you, Pac-Man? So Ash, I do apologize again. Because when I found out that you died, Luke called me and I was in the middle of saving Malum. I'm sorry, Liron called me. I was in the middle of saving Liron called me, was in the middle of saving Malum from drowning. Who was the other person that we saved? Was it Valentina or was it Rokunana? I can't remember. But anyway, like I was literally saving him and freaking Luke calls. I'm just going to say the characters' names. It's so much easier that way. Luke called me and I was immediately like, what do you mean, man? Like, hey, listen, I'm trying to perform CPR. Like, what's going on? You know? And he just drops like, you know, we jumped out of an airplane and he just couldn't swim. Damn, dude. It's crazy. I do apologize. Orly, it was not Orly. It was Orly was gone that day already. I think Orly had left the day before. Yeah, no one's allowed in the water anymore. Get in the water. It's all good. It makes sense in RP2. Bro had to compartmentalize so he could focus and just swallowed his feelings. Quite literally, Regal had to do that so many times. And that's why he was so like happy to spend like I'm gonna super OOC explain this. That's why he was so excited to spend time with Carlisle on their boardwalk date and when they went to the beach episode. That's why he was so excited to spend time, because it was like, finally, I don't have to compartmentalize this. And then he's like, hey, Carlisle's dead. And I'm like, great. Awesome. I love it. Everybody around me is dying. Goodbye. I heard murder was murdered. We didn't even get to look into that plot. We didn't even get to look into that. I don't know anything about it. We supposedly found his body, but Dwemer and Omi got married, so I never had the chance to talk to them. My doomed Yowie? I mean, what? I mean, is it doomed? We did make out in character, in RP. Regal and Carlisle made out, so that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool, I guess. I missed the last 2 days of work. What happened? Rhetorical. Okay, good. Regal was definitely going through it by the end. Ghost Carlisle even told Luke to apologize to Regal because he knew he was an escape from crap. Okay. I hope I did not. Okay. To you specifically, Ash, I hope I did not make you feel lesser by having interactions like that. Because the 2 hours that we got to spend when the 3 of us died on the ride and then Luke was dancing on top of us. And then the beach episode, I'm like, I look back really fondly at those because those are the times that I got to like goof off and like not be on duty. I think 95% of my time, if not more, while I was on District V was spent clocked in and on call. 95% of my time playing District V was spent clocked in and on call. That was so much fun. Those were the chill moments. Okay, cool. I hope that you and I get to do some sort of roleplay something soon where it's not as depressing as the end of District V was, and that we can go on more silly carnival rides together and not take you through the House of Horrors that has spiders. I promise. I love that too many scenes. There were so many good ones, right? We were all locked in. It was crazy. Yeah. And I absolutely love that. Hell yeah. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. I'll talk to your people and I don't have people, so I'll talk to your people. So many people died on that sky drop. I kept warning people about it too. I quite literally kept warning people. I was like, hey guys, don't go on that ride. It's a death trap. Me and the homies died on it. Don't know what to tell ya. The experience of the cops was so chaotic. It was crazy. Yeah. I mean, I did rescue Luke from a date gone wrong on the last day. So that was pretty cool. Regal, the Cassandra of deadly carnival rides. What does that mean? What's the Cassandra mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? The carnival ride clip had me dying. I couldn't breathe. I'm so mad I didn't have my frame rate issues fixed then. Because I think that was the day before I got it figured out, or the day I got it figured out, like later that stream. So it's like after day 3, we had shit fixed. And it really did. I barely had any tech problems after day 3. So same day, god damn it. I'm so sad. I literally fixed all of the tech problems that day. Shout out to mods for telling me. Also, I have a little bit of food. I got a breakfast sandwich, so. Oh. Hi, Cedric. Cassandra is a Greek mythology character who had true prophecies who no one listened to. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Emma! Hi, Emma. Or should I call you just Emma? Should I call you just Emma? That's the question. Emma, not just Emma. P.S. Hi, Cedric. I love you. That's true. That's true. DistrictV Doko. Look, it's right there. Carlisle's there. Emma's there. Regal's right here. Maybe if I chant hard enough, I'll get someone else to show up. DistrictV. DistrictV. We be out here. But to answer your question, Emma, coffee. Coffee. Always coffee. Speaking of which, guys, it's been a while since we've done this. You guys know what time it is. Let's get this mouse out of the shot. We don't need that in that. Or do we? I don't know where to put the mouse. Put it over here. Guys, which candle are we going with tonight? Which candle are we going with? Which candle are we going with tonight? We've got coconut apricot, which is the dancer candle. We've got a coffee bean. We've got lemon pound cake. Lemon pound cake. And spiced vanilla apple. The Roy Chiato candle. I don't have one of those. I don't have one of those. Is it regular coffee or something fancy tonight? Regular? OMG, another candle lover. I'm so based. Based on what? What do you mean by that? What do you... Coffee, 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 coconut, egg yolk, eat my ass. Coffee, cake, dancer, spice vanilla apple, coconut apple, pound cake, baby. The goop candle. None of them are goop candles. What are you talking about? Vanilla. You know what? I'm seeing, actually, this is a split. Apple. I'm feeling I'm seeing a pretty good split between these. Damn. Hey. Soy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hi. You are based. You're right. I am based on Omia Emma. It's true. It's true. I'm sorry you guys had to find out this way. I'm sorry you guys had to find out this way. Oh my gosh. No apple, no apple, 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 apple. Okay. I'm seeing more for apple. So we're gonna go with apple. Tis over. It's never over. It's not too late. It's never too late. Even if I say it'll be alright. Get so. Got it. Yippee! Okay, everybody. Pay attention now. Okay, everybody, pay attention. Everyone, pay attention, okay? Jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle. Here are your keys. Jingle, jingle. Where do you buy your candles from? This crazy store called Amazon. Also, these are Village candles. Village. It's just a branded candle. Oh yeah. My non-impressive breakfast sandwich. The jingles have summoned my attention. Guys, one's in chat if jingle, jingle, jingle. Two's in chat if jingle, jingle, jingle. Three's in chat if three. I do be like that. The throne ain't throning? It worked for me. What do you mean? Wait, it worked for me. Huh? Weird. The candlelight behind his head kind of makes it look like a halo. Guys, I'm sorry this is how you found out that Regal Cortado is dead. Post-game epilogue. Regal got run over by a local. Sad violin noises. That's crazy. Riser! What up, homie? I didn't know you had a Twitch account. What the frig? I'm sorry, or should I say Ryan? Should I say Ryan instead? Probably should say Ryan. I feel like Ryan also works. Huh? I just love the huh? Okay. There we go. Man, all the homies are here. Yippee! I can use a hot dog real bad. Oh, you look like the 4th of July. How annoying was it to do that voice constantly? Riza? Oh my gosh. The District VVV, some of them, true. It do be like that. It do be like that. Bro, never again. I can't imagine. It sounds like such a pain in the butt. Oh my god, it sounds like terrible. We gotta summon more District V friends. You know what? Hold on, I'm on it. District V. Think about me every night, oh, isn't that sweet? I guess so. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's the me espresso. There we go. That should be enough. Roy, how are you today? I'm alive. It's more than I can say for I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Hmm. Bouncing Dio? Yeah, what if I am? What if I like to bounce? I'm a bunny guy. Sometimes. Bouncing on a crazy style? So what if I am? You got a problem with that? Huh? You got a... Remy, you son of a bitch. I hate that guy. I did not say I hate that guy. I just said you son of a bitch and I punched him in the face. I took him out. I took my swing. I knew what I was about, okay? I knew what I was about. I was ready to go after him. You know? I was ready to go after him. Guys, I do have to say, and I do want to mention, and I do want to preface, because we've been yapping for like 20 minutes. Oh, it's actually more like 30 minutes. Whoops. We've been yapping for like 30 minutes almost. Tonight's stream. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all doing fantastic today. We're going to redo introductions, and then I'm going to open the floor because I figure why not? You know, this is going to be a yapping stream anyway. And I feel like reiterating that and making sure people are having a good time and aware of what we're talking about Good plan. Also, my YouTube chat seems to have broken. Hold on one second, guys. There we go. It was weird. That was like frozen in place. I couldn't see any of my friends. I couldn't see the mods. Oh, no. Damn. That's insane. Anyway, guys. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee-fueled host with the most professional voice actor. And I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. But obviously, I can't flex for you. Normally, I would take my shirt off and I'd flex for people, but I can't really do that right now because I don't have any clothes on under my clothes. I know, scandalous, right? No clothes on under my clothes? Imagine that. Anyway, the thing that I want to say specifically is that, hey, I played Detective Regal Cortado of the Los Santos Police Department. And now that District V is done, it's time to yap about it. It's time to talk about things. It's time to vibe, thrive, survive, everything like that. But more importantly, because we've spent 12 days in Los Santos, we spent 12 days with the other officers, with friends, with people that we met in the city, with enemies, with burgers. I do want to open the floor to you guys. I want to give you guys some free time to ask questions, to extrapolate, to clarify on things. And for the most part, I am going to open the floor entirely to you guys, because I don't think I'm gonna have anything off topic, or like, what is it, not off topic, what's the phrase, off limits. There we go, that's the phrase. Nothing off limits. If you guys want to ask something, feel free to ask it. I'll choose whether or not to answer it or not in the time. So how come all of my messages are getting pinned? Who's unleashing this tomfoolery? I mean, listen, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Oh. Hey, Roy, how did it feel to be the character of the Detective Cortado? Okay. So, this is a complicated question, because Regal was, and I'm gonna compare things to VCraft. VCraft mentioned. Jingle, jingle, jingle. VCraft mentioned. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Regal Cortado was very similar in a lot of ways to Royale. Was very, very similar to Royale in a lot of ways. And I did not set out to make him that way. But it kind of just worked out that way. Some of it was for good reasons. Some of it was for bad reasons. But ultimately, Regal was difficult because I made this very, what I felt to be grounded, no nonsense, like very serious, almost to the point of brooding type detective that took his job very seriously. Had a very like black and white idea of what protecting and upholding the law meant, and what defending that meant, and protecting the people of Los Santos meant, and everything like that. And that was really hard to play, especially because like as the days went on and like it became very apparent that like most of the criminals that we were dealing with were like, haha, silly, goofy. and not in a bad way, but like it was hard. It was very hard to make Regal fit in a lot of times. There were a significant number of times where unfortunately I felt relegated to the sidelines because of the character that I decided to play, and whether it be for story reasons or things that were happening in the world, it felt like Regal didn't fit into a lot of scenes or was left out. So, and I know that's never intentional. Like people are going to be doing what they're going to be doing. Not every person is going to be available for, a role play scene. Not everybody's going to be available for a mission, a heist, a chase, or anything like that. But yeah, circling back around, playing Regal was hard. Playing Regal was really difficult. I think because I decided to play a little bit more of a serious character than Regal was. And the world was very not serious a lot of the time. You know, like Rizar was here earlier doing the, oh, I could use a hot dog real bad. And, you know, all the silliness that ensued with all of the people that I hung out with. So, bro, was too serious? Probably. And that was a struggle for me to play a character that was too serious or cared too much about the job that it became the character. So, yeah, I hope that answers the question. I'm gonna scroll up a little bit because I think a couple people were asking things. Jared asks, what is something you wish you could do more? RP. There's like a few standout moments that like are really, really close in my heart. And I'm always going to say me when I refer to Regal, because it's just going to be easier that way. So I will make clarifications if I need to, like if I had split things where I'm like, I don't want to do this, but I have to do this because story. So when Remy and I had our big character moment on day 2, when we were in the rain, I had a coffee, he had a cigarette, and it was just, I think that was a cinema scene. Like that was hands up cinema. Like genuinely. I think it was a cinema scene. And it really, really made me happy. Just like a lot of the times that I got to spend with Captain Adler. Cinema scenes, a lot of them, especially the last 2 days. Because I feel like I finally actually got to talk about my lore in the last 2 days. You know? And those were great, but unfortunately, there were not a ton of them. I know Valentina was also starting to poke and prod, but like there were some situations that just didn't feel right to talk about. And Regal's a very like closed off person. He didn't even tell Remy. Regal did not even tell Remy his backstory. Technically, Valentina knows more about Regal than Remy does. So, and that's nothing against Valentina. Like I said, I didn't even tell Remy. The only person I really, really opened up to the entire server like that was Captain Adler, you know, was Arya Adler. And it was, yeah, I think it's not a regret, but it's something that I wish that I could do more because it was hard. It was fucking hard. It was hard to find the opportunities. I'll probably get into that more because I'm sure somebody's going to ask, what do you mean it was hard? But yeah. I see an easy one. Does Regal smoke now because of Remy? Yes. Not often. However, him and Adler specifically. So when Remy was gone, Regal was having a hard time. I'll like super snow, like this will be like a super gloss over. Yes, Remy left, Regal was having a hard time, Adler was smoking, the smell of people smoking the same brand as Remy reminded him of him, and it gave him a sense of comfort when he lit up. And then when he did it with Adler, now it's also given him fond memories of the times that he's spent with Adler, because he's probably not going to see her for a long time. So they are just on very different life paths. They could meet up again someday, but it probably won't be as allies. It'll probably be as enemies, which is really, really unfortunate. Unless something crazy happens in Regal's life, which I don't know what will happen. I will do a full lore reveal. I'll answer a couple more questions and then we'll continue on from there. Also, if I don't answer your question and it's been like 10 minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes, feel free to ask it again. Don't spam it every like minute. But if I missed your question because I'm answering other questions, feel free to like gently nudge it there. So Aurora and Remy took Regal. Good. No, I 100% agree with that. So hi, Hilo. Hi, Hilo. Wait, let me get you VIP real quick. So yes, I did find this out last night, which is really, really unfortunate. So who here watched my POV on the last day? On finale day, who watched my POV? 1's in chat if you watched me, 2's in chat if you didn't watch me, 3's in chat if 3. 1 1 1 1 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 3. I guess 9. Mod, shoot that guy. 2. I see how it is, Thorn. I see how it is. 1.5. I was a bit late. That's fine. The reason I bring this up is because apparently, so do you guys remember how the last thing I did before server shut down and before I ended my stream, do you guys remember that the last thing I did was take my personal car, the one with the license plate espresso, drove to the airport and sat down in the airport chair? Do you guys remember? Good. So apparently, a little bit after that, after the server went down, the mods, yeah, fully in the chair. Thank you. A little while after that, the mods brought that server back up so we could take pictures and kind of like, I don't know, take things, do things, like whatever it was. So we reopened, but it wasn't for like roleplay purposes. So we finished taking pictures. We dicked around with Adler in a helicopter, like they were trying to shoot at us while we were trying to shoot them down. However, my phone was still on silent from when I went to the wedding on the mountain. My phone was still on silent. Apparently Revy called me like 4 times because him and Aurora went to the airport and they were trying to take me with them. However, okay, so, but I didn't know. I didn't know my phone was on silent. So, with Hilo's permission, and I'm assuming Ruse's permission, Regal did in fact get that phone call, but was already waiting for them at the airport. Because the end of my RP, like where I ended my stream, like when the server went down, I was already in the airport. If I wasn't already there, I might make that an RP thing where I just didn't answer the phone and I just disappeared. But because I'm literally already in the airport, my canon ending for Regal to District V is that I went with Hilo and Remy. Yeah, absolutely. We are OOC amending that. we are OOC amending that because that's just silly stupid, and we can adjust it and we can have fun with it and be silly and everything like that. Thank goodness, at least. Yeah, really. So yeah, my detective trio. What were people calling us? What were we again? There was like we had like a title. I think so. No, Aurora's the other detective. All 3 of us are detectives. I thought we had a name. Strawberry milkshake? That's crazy. It was strawberry something? Oh, I can't remember. I know Adler's and my ship name is 7299 because those were our call signs. Mine and Remy's was Cortado, I think. And then there was it DDC? Was Remy, Adler, and Regal? I saw the art of us together with my phone lock screen. It's so precious. Oh, the one that Joe did where we're at the Vanilla Unicorn and you're like holding Remy's cigarette and my whiskey. All of them. Yeah, they're so good. There's so many good ones. Even the sleepover was good ones. Okay, back to questions. So like I said, I just wanted to address that because I know where there were some like moments at the end of RP server where it was like, is Remy gonna go and wait for Adler at the airport? Is Remy gonna go with is Regal gonna go wait for Adler at the airport? This is what fucking Ruse and I did to each other. Let me tell you. Ruse and I decided before the server started that we were both going to have RC names and that we had opposite call sign numbers. His call sign was 27, mine was 72, and we both had RC as our initials. Oh my gosh. Cute. Yura! Yura! Hi! Oh my gosh, hey. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. It's so cute. There's so many. I almost said it again, guys. I can't stop. I keep trying to say VCraft. I keep trying to say VCraft. I keep trying to say it. It's not VCraft. It's not VCraft. I do wish you hit it earlier too. I was actually talking about our scenes. I don't know. Were you here, Yura, when I said Valentina got to know more about Regal than Remy did? I had to take a bite of my breakfast sandwich. Cozy, don't expose me, okay? Whatever happens in this stream, you cannot tell B. I'm already embarrassed enough to talk to B as it is, okay? I was trying so hard to let you have more moments to talk about Regal. The problem is every time we had those moments, it was like something else was going on. Like, we were driving to a scene, we were staking something out that we didn't know how long we had, we were waiting for people to rob a bank. I'm sure she's lurking somewhere. I'm gonna say sorry again to B just because it'll make them mad. Every time I said sorry to B, they were like, no. Mr. Cortado, can I hire you? What's hire? Our usual streamer Roy Chiato has been missing for a long time. Hey, don't worry about it. I'll find them, okay? But yes, so we're gonna open the floor to questions again. Sorry, I went on some tangents there. I went on some serious tangents. I saw Hilo, I saw Yura, and I was like, whoopsies! I just got distracted. I saw my friends! No, not your fault. That's what this stream is about. We're yapping, we're recapping, we're talking about all of District V. I'm trying to answer as many questions as I can. So guys, if I didn't answer your questions, feel free to post them again. Thank you, Mr. Cortado. I'm gonna go get some premium juice and dodge Thorn's wrath. You better get me some juice too, especially if it's whiskey. I could go for some whiskey, you know? Ow. Do you remember me saying that Tomoya Uzuki was the VTuber that got me into the concept of VTubers? If you had any interactions with Detective Wildson. Wait, do you mean Danger? Wait. Are you talking about Danger? Are you talking about Danger? Oh, Danger wasn't a detective, though. Danger was an officer. We did love Danger, though. We did. We did. Part of my lateness, welcome in. We're glad to have you. No, I like the times with Danger, though I did poke fun at him on Twitter. Them, don't know their pronouns. Poked fun at them on Twitter. They said that they were going to come meet me at the scene that Valentina and I were sitting at. And then later, they just didn't come. So I poked fun at them on Twitter about it. And I was like, damn, Regal was waiting for Danger to show up. Regal was waiting for Danger to show up and he just did. He just got abandoned. Listen, it's okay if you hate him too. I get it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What was it like doing a GTA RP compared to a Minecraft RP? It was way more hectic. Also, I think Cozy can probably attest to this. Cozy, if you're still here, I'm probably going to lean on your expertise. I know if Rayless was here, he'd say the same thing. I know if B was here, she'd say the same thing. GTA RP, at least how we had it in District V, it felt like a lot of the time that gameplay mechanics kind of got in the way of roleplay. There were times where it's like we would have like really good scenes that would get ruined by gameplay. Like the actual game itself. Like we were just playing make-believe. We were having fun. We were role-playing. And then like, I don't know. Like we'd have an awesome chase. And a fucking local would spawn, like literally spawn out of nowhere. Like how many times did that ruin chases? Yeah, the bubbling, the locals, the handcuff debacle. Between having a skill check, not having a skill check, making it faster, slower. It was hard, you know? It was really hard to put up with that. So this isn't like a preference one way or another. I just think it was easier to role play in Minecraft than it was in GTA. However, Minecraft is also a significantly more simple game. And GTA, that was my first time playing GTA ever. Not just GTA roleplay. That was my first time ever playing GTA. So like Luca invited me to the server like 2 months before it opened. That's why like I was in all the promotional video stuff. But also I got to like start practicing then. I got to start like feeling out the controls and getting used to like how the world felt, how the physics felt. And even then, even with having like a solid, like, what was it? Like, I think I had like 35 or 40 hours of practice before the actual server opened. And a lot of that was doing cop training. And you can ask Tyga to attest to that, or Vox. Because I was at so many of the off-stream trainings. It was hard. Playing GTA is a fucking hard. That shit's so hard. I'll be so honest. They only got caught because of a glitch on my account and I feel so bad. Oh, wait, what happened? I got caught up on the finale where the bachelors got taken down. The moment Kyle got taken down, I was like, geez. Oh, I don't even know what happened with that because I wasn't even part of that. I think Valentina and I we're like dicking around town, like doing patrols. And then at one point, everybody left the radios and it was just Valentina and I looking at each other like, crazy weather today, huh? Yeah, that's, man, yeah, nice weather today. Oh my gosh. I was escorting Kyle, but they killed me while I was. So I got... Oh, so you got stuck together. So they would have saved him successfully and dipped. But we were stuck... Oh, because you were literally escorting him. Whoa. Man, okay. Personal thing. If that were me, I would have called Roadworks and been like, Roadworks, this is the situation. Do we have permission to steal, like kidnap the officer? You, Hilo. It would have that would have made for an awesome RP moment. I'm just saying. I think that would have made for an awesome RP moment. They tried? Damn, dude. That would have been dope. I think that would have been awesome. I would have been all for that. I think that would have been great. Because there wasn't that much going on. Like, you guys were all invested in that scene already. I think it would have made that awesome. It was a massive shootout, yeah. I heard. Massive shootout I wasn't part of. Again. Man. You can see the Calyx's VOD. I'll take your word for it. Okay, I'm going to scroll up and look for more questions. Regal's thoughts on all the car damage. My car! There you Is there anything that made Regal want to be an officer, or was it more of a, well, this is a job type thing? Oh, yeah. I revealed a lot of that in my backstory when I had the conversation with Adler. Do you guys want the lore dump now, or do you want me to wait until later? Do we want more questions now, or lore dump then more questions? Later after questions, lore dump. My car! True. Lore. Maybe lore dump because some of the questions could pertain to that. It's true. Give me the sweet, dump it, dump the lore. Okay. Valentina! I hope you're listening somehow. I hope you're in game right now with your notepad out. I hope you're listening because I know you were really, really curious about Regal's backstory. So, okay. So, we're going to go with the lore dump. I'm going to give you guys a lot of information. It's going to be vague because I didn't get to explore any of it in roleplay. So it just wasn't, it wasn't super fleshed out, unfortunately. So, first things first. You guys probably heard me say on multiple occasions, it was not my choice to go to Los Santos. This is why. Regal comes from a crime family. And I mean like heavy crime. Like not good crime type of family. So he grew up knowing wealth, knowing money, knowing not ever needing to want. And when he finally got old enough to realize where his family's money came from, he was so disgusted and so repulsed by the monsters he realized his family was that he decided to become a police officer. So as soon as he could, he enlisted to become an officer, and it's what pushed him to be a detective at such a young age, because his whole goal was, I want to protect people from monsters like my family. And it's what drove him to become a detective, because he's I think 28, which is pretty young for a detective. I think I said 26 at the beginning of the series. I'm gonna amend that to 28 because I think 25 is the minimum age. So it's like, I'm going to say he had a little bit of experience under his belt, you know? So by the time Regal finally got his feet wet in being a detective, he immediately started looking into his family's ordeals, into his family's affairs. And unfortunately, he put his nose where it didn't belong, which is very much something he kept hinting to. Like, a lot of people were like, careful where you stick your nose. Like, you never know, like, what's going to bite you. And I'm like, trust me. I think always my answers were always like, trust me, I'm familiar with that kind of thing. Like, I always played around that kind of line. It's funny that the main person he got attached to is the exact opposite. So I'll explain this, Cozy. I'll explain this. I liked it as well. And it's why I feel bad, because I definitely bothered the shit out of B. Because I looked at Arya Adler as like, I was like, oh my God, this is the perfect type of character for Regal's development. Yes, let's fucking go. Also, B is just an awesome role player. So it was very fun to play with them. And I think we had a lot of really good chemistry back and forth, you know? So she loves it. I'm glad. So when Regal ended up poking his nose too much into his family's affairs, they used their connections because, like I said, very, very established crime family. They used their connections to then have him transferred to Los Santos because they figured the further he is away from them, the safer he and they are. So that makes so much sense now. Yeah. So Regal gets to Los Santos and he's immediately like, I don't want to fucking be here. I'm not planning on like making too many friends. I want to do my job. I want to get out of here. I'm going to play this very like, I'm going to do my job and I want to leave. So unfortunately, I never really wrote an out for him in terms of like how he'd be able to leave Los Santos. So this is so let me go back to motivation. I'll explain that other part in a second. The whole motivation behind Regal and what I really, really wanted to explore, and this kind of ties into what Cozy was saying, is I wanted him to become exposed to all of the crime and danger and insanity that would happen in Los Santos. Because, like, I know Luca. I spent 2 months with Luca in pre-server and had to deal with him tackling us all the time, throwing snowballs that had rocks in them at us all the time, you know? So, I knew what kind of chaos was going to happen. And because of that, I was like, okay, I want Regal to be exposed to that so he can start having conflicting feelings of, is my family, are they really monsters? Are they really monsters? You know, because seeing the people and how they act here in Los Santos, they're way worse than they are back home. You know, back home looks like a cakewalk compared to this, you know? So in a way, it's a we're Regal's family protecting our son, but it's also this kid's gonna get us all dead situation. Exactly. Yes, 100%. Yeah, because Regal is the only son of his family. So he's like, air quotes, the heir to his crime family's legacy type thing. But obviously he doesn't want it. I didn't really think about that much at all. It was just kind of a story thing. But so because of that, I wanted Regal to be exposed to crime in that way. And I wanted him to start having that shakeup of justice isn't black and white. There is a lot of gray. There's a lot of gray in what makes the world tick, and a lot of gray in what makes what helps protect people, what helps keep people safe. And unfortunately, like, I knew we couldn't have cop corruption arcs. I didn't want him to be a villain, but I was very tempted to have some sort of story that would have led him towards, I don't know if joining a gang, but at least leaving the police. Like, realizing he's not going to get closer to his goals by staying with the police. Crime Like Bachelors or BGC. No. He wouldn't join them. Vigilantism. Maybe something like that, where it's like, he almost gets like an ego about him, where it's like, I know it's just like, I get to decide because the system is too black and white, and there's gray in the world, and I can see the gray now because of the experience. Like, that's kind of a direction I was thinking of taking him, which is why when Regal started interacting more and more with Adler, and Adler started revealing, oh yeah, I was a criminal. I'm here on loan. Like, I'm not staying here. I'm not a permanent resident of Los Santos. As soon as my contract is done, I'm going back to being a criminal. And I was kind of like, man, that's like perfect, because even though like they're a criminal, they have like a code of their own. They care about individuals. They care about not just, you know, they cared about not just themselves, which we saw on several occasions. It was very much I had seen crime in a very specific way, and then Adler made it be like, well, it's a lifestyle for some people, and it's more than just doing crime, and it can be family, and it can be belonging somewhere. But unfortunately, Adler and Regal are in very different places in their lives, where Adler is already established in their crime gang and family and things like that, and Regal is like, shit, do I even want to be a cop? Because he kind of had the realization while talking with Adler, I think on the last day, where he was like, I don't care about being a cop, I care about taking my family down. And he thought at the time that taking his family down, the easiest way was going to be being a cop or a detective. So, or I knew some real bad people too, I'm sure. Cannibal, serial killers, etc. Yeah. B kind of alluded to that out of character, because we talked a little bit. That way I didn't like step any lines when I was trying to like poke and prod, and vice versa, of course, because out of character consent when roleplay is amazing. Everybody should do it. Everybody should pre-plan out of character for some conversations. You know, set boundaries, make sure people are respected. Our gang was messed up, to be sure. Hi, Realist. I was just talking about you. But yeah, so that's why Regal was so, for lack of a better term, infatuated with Adler. I don't think it was romantic. I don't think he was like in love with her. I think he was like in love with the idea of learning more about her and seeing that life is more than these are the bad guys, these are the good guys. Yeah, fascinated. I mean, like, let's be real. There was like some sparks for Regal at least, but not in the oh my god I need to go out with Adler, but in the I want to get to know them better. I want to know what makes them tick. I want to know why they're a criminal. I want to know their background, because like as I learn more about them, I start to question my own life. So that is what drove Regal to spend more time with Adler. It wasn't about romance. You guys can ship them all you like. B and I very much like ship 7799, or I'm sorry, 7299. Very fun ship. Go for it. Have fun. But at the same time, it's why we had a moment. We genuinely had a moment that I think is it's probably my highlight moment of the whole server. And I don't think B knew that I said it until clips later. But there's the scene where I'm getting out of the chopper yesterday because Adler's dropping me off. And in character, I was very much like copiuming. Like Adler's going to take me with them. They're going to take me with them to wherever they're going. Like I'm going to feel like I have a place that I belong, and it's going to be great. And I won't have to feel about not having a family. Not that Adler was family, but like at least I wouldn't be alone. And as I was like, oh, what kind of seat do you want? And, you know, they gave me their answer and I was like, all right, cool. Like save me the other seat. And they were like, yeah. But then they were like, take care of them, Regal, or something like that, or like don't go too hard on them. As soon as Adler said Regal and not Detective and not Cortado, out of character, I was like, oh fuck. Oh fuck. And that's why, as you see, if you go back and replay that scene, I'm 100% certain that Adler is out of earshot when I say it. But I say goodbye, Arya. Because I knew, ironically, it wasn't the last time we saw each other. But I knew that was goodbye. I knew that was goodbye. And I was very much playing up the copium of Regal in character. Of like, no, like she wouldn't leave me, you know, she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that, you know, like we're gonna be okay. Like it's like I'm gonna get out, like we're gonna go together. Like you know, I'm gonna learn more about what life means. I'm gonna learn more about this lifestyle. I'm gonna, you know, learn more about like what living really is, and not just looking at black and white, and not just looking at crime, and not just looking at justice, and you know this, that, and the third. And then when we got to the rooftop to like take the picture together, and Adler was like, oh, thanks for the chopper. Regal knew then. Like, that was very much a, oh God. Like, I was right. Like, the feeling was right. But then when Remy and Aurora were like, well, come with us. Like, come with us. Like, come with me, you know? Like, and that Regal was still really like, I gotta go to the airport. Like, I gotta. And then as he thought about it more, you'll see, like, if you go back and watch that scene, after he said that, I made Regal really quiet. I made Regal really quiet after he said that out loud. Because him saying that out loud made him realize nope, I'm copiuming. Nope, I'm copiuming. Like, it's not happening. She's gone. This is why we said our goodbyes before. Like, I knew it was going to be like this. And it's why when I got to the last bit after we took all those pictures, why I had Regal drive to the airport. Because it was either going to be I find Adler in a last shred of copium, which I knew wasn't going to happen. Out of character, I knew that wasn't going to happen. Either I find Adler or I just get there before Remy and Aurora and I go with them. And obviously, like, out of character, I knew I was going to be waiting there for Remy and Aurora. But yeah, so honestly, such a good ending though, cinema. I think so. I think both B and I realized in that moment. I'm so glad I was able to pick up on it too, because I look back on it and I was like, this is like a 1 in a million scene for us in that writing sense, where I picked up on the fact that they said Regal as opposed to Cortado or Detective. And I'm really, really, really happy with it. I think it's my favorite scene that I played in the entirety of District V. So that's kind of stuff B loves. And then just me being, I just had to keep playing up the copium. Because like I don't think Adler's older than Regal, but Regal's young. You know, Regal's either 26 or 28, somewhere like that. Regal's pretty fucking young, and he's had a pretty sheltered life view, so he can be a little stupid, you know, for fun, for taste, as a treat, as a reward. But yeah, so yeah, that was Regal's hope, was eventually that he would go back home, destroy his family single-handedly. Obviously, very, very, very bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. You know, she'll turn 3 in December. That's crazy. That's what I enjoyed most about 7299 is the fact that it wasn't the full OMG I need to date them, but the subtle teasing and careful prodding at each other's more private information. I think so too. I think that's what I really liked about it as well. And I told B that multiple times because this is my first time doing anything with B. Like, forget roleplay, first time doing anything with B. So I very much was trying to like be like, hey, like I'm like flirting with Arya here. I'm flirting with Adler here, but I want you to know, like, I'm playing up the scene. I hope it doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. If it does, please let me know. And B's like laughing at me because I'm so used to RPing with people that don't RP. Like, look at VCraft. Look at VCraft. How many people's first times it was role playing. So I'm like messaging B out of character, like, hey, is this okay? Like, I'm playing around. Like, you know, separation of character and player. Like, we're having fun. We're goofing around. We're goofing, gaffing, being silly. So she's based off a mid-30s scientist lady, so she's older in spirit. Oh, I love that. And, you know, she probably really appreciated the communication given where we came from. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I think they did say that as well. Regal needing to be told that he was being flirted with made me laugh every time. Oh yeah, he's fucking stupid. I intentionally made Regal very, very stupid when it came to romance. Which is ironic coming from Royale. The really, really, really funny thing is I made it so during early District V, Regal was I very much hard-coded him, not to be ace, because I'm not ace myself, but to be so laser focused on the job that nothing else mattered. So people flirting with him, nah, I'm not gonna be here long anyway. Don't get romantic feelings for me. Goodbye. Like that kind of thing. That's why, like, even when Remy made jokes about Regal making sexual jokes, which he didn't. To Regal, he did not make any of those. He did not make flirts. He did not make innuendos. He was just speaking plainly. When Remy thought he was, that's where the joke of me saying, oh, I'm not talking about tiddlywinks. Because I used that as a diffusing mechanism to diffuse any situation where I was like, I'm not flirting with you. I'm not flirting with you. Let it go. But it turned into a really funny thing, especially between Remy and Regal. I think as District V went on, some of the interactions that we had later, I think were really, really funny because of that. And that almost like trigger bomb of a phrase of, I'm not talking about tiddlywinks. So, but no, it's great. It's great. It's why I usually opt for text RP only, because I cannot for the life of me think of off the cuff for my characters. I mean, sometimes that's part of the roleplay too, is being able to say something fast in the moment. Your whole tiddlywinks became a vocal stem for me as well. Yippee! Yeah, tiddlywinks. Wink, like you're winking. It's actually a game from like 100 years ago. It's just a funny word. That stalker subplot never really progressed. What was the behind the scenes of that? I think it was just we were too busy. Like, first of all, I knew it was Egg. Egg and I talked about it a little bit out of character, and I think at one point Egg wanted to kidnap me and make it like a subplot. But I was like, hey, Egg, cops are not allowed to be kidnapped. Hey, Egg, sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that. So, yeah. Would Regal have broken up a mosh pit at the Soju Boys show? Probably not. By the end of District V, probably not. So I do see, what was Regal's general impression of the rest of the PD? I will answer that, I think, as we go on. Come back to me on that one. Come back to me on that one, okay, Jane? Come back to me. Come back to me. I need to think about that a little bit. Question, maybe you already answered this, but what were your expectations going in for District V, both for RPing and the actual mechanics? Oh God. Unfortunately, they weren't like what we ended up playing. Because like we did a lot of practice and a lot of training and a lot, like, I'm not kidding when I say that I had 40 hours of training before we got into the actual game. Like we took training very seriously, which is why like any time that we brought on a new cop, I myself was like, I don't know about that. We had to train for 40 hours to even be where we were. And even then, like, I still looked like an idiot most of the time. The only things that I did well was like cop RP rather than the other cop things like driving or, you know, any of the things that had to do with the tablet. Expectations for gameplay, I didn't think it was going to be as hectic as it was, because there were days where, and I'm sure you can go back and check the VODs. You can see what I'm talking about. There are days, if you go back and you can see from my perspective, I think day 7 is a perfect example where I jokingly said, like, I'm about to quit, where it was 2.5 hours of nonstop calls and chaos and action and everything like that, like never having a second to breathe. Like, I'm in the middle of a call getting multiple 911 calls. Like, damn. Like, it was insane. So I didn't expect it to be that insane. And I've not really watched GTA RP before. Like I said, this is even my first time playing GTA. So it's, it is unfortunate that I think a lot of the gameplay stuff really did catch up to me, because there would be moments where like we would have like a cool RP moment and I would either not be good enough at the gameplay and it would ruin the RP moment, and then I'd have to RP around being incompetent. Or like we'd be in a chase and like the bubbling would happen, or locals would be in the way, or this, that, and the third. I had some good gameplay moments, like on day 6 when I flipped my car up by the hospital and I took out 2 of the bachelors because I had a better angle. But man, it was bad. I felt very stressed. Very, very, very stressed 95% of the time. And it's why I think I leaned so hard into Regal being kind of a hard ass, you know, like almost a no nonsense kind of detective where the idea was like, I know what justice is, but also, holy shit, I don't have the energy to like not just do this by the book. And I did start lightening up as the days went on, and I was really, especially the last day, I was trying really hard to be like, remember to have fun. Yes, you can be a hard ass, but like also remember to have fun. Because like day 11 put me in a really bad way, because I was really excited about the power going out and making it an RP moment. Later found out it was not an RP thing. It was not an RP thing. It was admin doing something and they just didn't communicate it, which was very frustrating. But I was not happy with how I left things on day 11, because I was very frustrated that we lost a potential roleplay moment to a gameplay moment that I'm not good at. And I said it multiple times, chases are my least favorite thing in the game. And it felt like we got pushed away from an RP thing into a gameplay thing, which I wasn't good at. And then I was really embarrassed and frustrated because I just wanted to roleplay. I just wanted to roleplay. I didn't want to race. I didn't want to chase. But, you know, that wasn't Luca's fault. That wasn't Omi's fault. That wasn't anybody else that pushed us into the chase. That was me being frustrated at my own inadequacies and because I wanted to keep roleplaying. So, and I do wish I was a little bit less like hard ass at that moment. But my biggest thing is I was mad that we got pulled off of a roleplay thing to do a gameplay thing. So you turned the car to the hospital was pretty slick, to be honest. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Favorite clips was where you and Adler were shooting each other and you went to Chief and she shot and Vox was like, well, shoot her back. When I was laughing, like driving back to the PD on day 12. That's funny. But yeah, no, I hope that answered that. Role play wise, I will say is the thing I'm disappointed about. But it is the unfortunate thing that happened within the server is because there was so much chaos. Because there was so much chaos happening throughout the entirety of so many different days, there wasn't enough time for me to play detective. And by the end of the server, especially because there were so many detectives and so many internal promotions, I kind of just felt like I was just detective in title. You know, I didn't really get to solve any big crimes. I had some like cool leads, but because it didn't tie into the stuff with Marcus and Nana and Orly, I kind of felt like I didn't really get to play detective. And that is, I think, what my biggest disappointment is, or my biggest like, man, I wish this was different. Because I just wanted to role play. And I felt completely disconnected from that. I think I said it multiple times too. I had 2 conversations with Marcus. I had like 2 conversations with Orly. And I think on day 12, when I picked up Nana to drive her back to the PD, that was the first time Nana and I even drove together. So it was just unfortunate because like there was just roleplay stuff that I wanted to do that didn't coincide. So it made me sad. It made me sad. I wanted to do more. I wanted to feel more included. I wanted to feel more involved. And the times that I did try to like really be like, hey guys, like this is a pretty big thing. Like this character disappeared, or like this person's doing this. Like, can I get backup? It felt like they were already kind of focused on their stuff, and I didn't want to pry more because it didn't seem like people were like jumping on the notions. So like when I was talking about, you know, Justin going crazy at the hospital and talking about like destroying things or like being a danger to society. So I was pretty sad because and it's, again, it's not anyone's fault. Everyone's focused on the stories that they're doing. Everyone's focused on the stuff that they want to do. But I didn't feel like I got to do like any roleplay stuff, which is why I clinged so hard to Adler in the last couple of days. And then anytime Valentina was my partner, we kind of, both of us clung to the memory of Remy because we were trying to find roleplay moments. So, but it was unfortunate. Yeah, I felt like I got kind of shunted out of some plot lines. And again, it's not anyone's fault. It happens. It's the nature of roleplay. And I was able to go at least make good roleplay moments with other people. But it was just not with the rest of the PD. So. Do you ultimately regret playing a detective versus a regular cop or a different role? So, in terms of, I think I saw somebody ask why did I play a detective? Did somebody ask that? I think I heard somebody ask that. I think I saw somebody ask that. So, for those of you that don't know, I was asked to be a cop by Vox. You did? Okay, cool. Vox asked me to be a cop. So Vox asked me to be a cop, which is how I joined the server in the first place, which is why I joined up so early. Because like when Vox asked me, I was like, hell yeah. But I prefaced it with, hey, I've never played GTA before, and I've never done GTA RP before. So Vox asked me to be a cop, probably because I was one of the Knights of R's in VCraft. And I loved role-playing with Vox. It was a lot of fun, so of course I was down. I'd do it again. If he asked me to play another role with him, I'd do it again. Just like if Luca invited me to another server, I'd still do it again. Despite the frustrations that I've had in the past, I'd do it again. You were drafted to the force, something like that, yeah. Yeah. It seems like Regal became a normal officer and not a detective, which could have been an opportunity to opening up Regal leaving the force to become a PI or something, really. I think the only way that something like that could have happened is if Lucy and Malum had more time. Because I absolutely can see that plot working, where like Regal leaves the PD, but stays in Los Santos as a private detective or a private investigator because he's just so upset with how investigations are going. But unfortunately, we just couldn't make those role plays happen. He was too busy. At least you got to do some of your main character growth RP plans. I really didn't. I didn't though. Like the only character RP stuff that I had were the conversations of my backstory with Adler. I quite literally did not get to explore any RP growth or like big questions with Regal. And I think that's kind of like the thing I'm sad about. And this ties back into like what were your expectations going in? I thought I wrote a pretty straightforward character where I was going to be morally challenged with all the chaos and seeing that people needed to do crime to survive. And then it turned into shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, and me driving all over the map constantly trying to put fires out that didn't exist, or getting into chases that I was really bad at, or whatever else. So I still had fun and I still enjoyed myself some of the times, but yeah, it happens. It happens. But yeah, I think the unfortunate thing is that I didn't know Macaroni, I did not know Nana, and I didn't know Orly. I quite literally had had less than 10 conversations with all of them combined, which is, I think, insane. I genuinely think the most I've ever talked to any of them was the time on day 7 when I was feeling sad that I got pushed off of so many different chases or scenes or activities. And then Macaroni and I were in a car at one point. I forget what we had done, but I invited him to go to the Vanilla Unicorn with Aurora and Remy and I, and we all went, and then he left the Vanilla Unicorn. I think he had a call, or there was like probably a shots fired incident or something like that. Maybe something going on. But I was sad because like I tried and it just felt like it didn't work. So and that took me a really long time to find footing. And again, it's I think why I clinged so hard to Adler, because I felt like I could do role play with her. So I think the chaos of GTA unfortunately took over that chance of exploring that kind of stuff in RP. Yeah, so I think that ties it back into the question, which was what were your expectations of gameplay versus expectations of roleplay? I thought that they would be flipped. I thought there would be more roleplay and less GTA game mechanics. And unfortunately, the game side of GTA roleplay, I think, got in the way a lot. And it made me really sad a lot of the time. Because I really just wanted to roleplay. I really wanted to be a detective and to solve crimes and stuff like that. And yeah, I think the gameplay just got in the way a lot. So, But then the police responses would have been stretched even thinner with the amount of officers they had. Oh, absolutely. And that's why I never left. So like, I'm sure some people are like, well, Roy, if Regal was having such a hard time, why didn't he just leave? Because if I left, I'd have one less officer and I'd feel terrible. The guilt would kill me. So also because I didn't want to just quit, I was committed. So out of curiosity, what was the role gameplay loop wise were detectives supposed to fill? I don't think we ever determined it. I think initially, because it was only Ruse and I, only Remy and Regal were the only two detectives. So I think the original idea was we were going to have all of the officers handling some, like, basically everything that they did handle already, but it would be Ruse and I that were like heading up like the more clandestine investigations. We were supposed to be the only ones that had like certain equipment with us. We didn't have to have body cams. Like, there were a lot of things like that kind of just ended up not mattering, which is okay. It happens, you know. But I don't know what else detectives were supposed to do. That's why I kind of said, like, it just kind of felt like a title by the end of it. Very easy for things to get chaotic during RP already, and with how insane GTA as a game is, that's just increased tenfold. Yeah, unfortunately. They should have hired more officers in the beginning. Yeah, we needed more officers. I mean, maybe. But the problem is like, if you play GTA casually, do you want to be a cop? No, you want to be a criminal. You want to be a criminal. No, you want to be a criminal. I really like that you were taking the role seriously, and the silly moments in between were be the court cases, cars, or chaos in cases. I love all the interactions you had with Adler, Remy, Carlisle, and all the others. Also, the server problems were your fault. Oh, with like the lag and the bubbling and things like that. Yeah. At the end of the server, everyone kind of got booted during the wedding. The two that didn't get booted were literally Nana and Roscoe. That's so funny. And it was also like at their climax of their story. Wait, that's so funny. You know what's even funnier? I commented this on someone's Twitter post. I can't remember whose it was. Regal never knew about that. About them being a couple, or about them getting together, or about whatever it was. Didn't know about the spark. Didn't know about whatever was happening between them. Cause no one told him. He spent very little time with McCarthy. He spent very little time with Nana. Like, even less time. Yeah, don't say poor Regal. It happens. It happens. I think it was expected to be detectives investigate while the officers do the day-to-day, but so much was going on that there was no ability to lean into that. Yeah, I think at one point Vox even said, like, hey, even if you're a detective, we need you doing, like, we need you running the beat, which is, you know, answering dispatch. Before I got busy with work / personal stuff, it felt off with how detectives were handled. I don't know if it was off. I think it's just that there wasn't I think part of the problem is there wasn't anything for us to investigate. I think there wasn't anything for Remy and I to investigate, and since we were the only two, it's not like there was a lot of ground to cover. Like, people were committing like petty crimes. What were we gonna investigate? Why did you rob this store? I needed money. Oh, okay. I wanted to power level our bond so I could bring you around during my undercover arc, but we didn't have time. That's the ultimate thing though, Yura, and it's not your fault either. You know? We just didn't have time. There was so much else going on that we never had time to do that kind of stuff. And even then, like, the only reason I had such a strong bond with Remy is because we were partners from day one. And because we were the only two detectives early, whenever either of us would sign in, we would find the other person, and then we would partner up until the other person signed off. Because we were the only detectives. And then obviously that changed afterwards, but yeah. It wasn't off, unfortunately. That's just how all GTA servers work. Having experienced a lot and watched for years, cops just need to do dispatch and only really dispatch. Everyone wants to do the more in-depth stuff, but it's really rare. Yeah, and I think that's ultimately what it has to be. It definitely ended up feeling... It almost felt like I was demoted by the end of it, which is obviously like, it's not anybody's fault in game, but because there were so many like, hey, there's a bank robbery. Hey, there's a hostage situation. Hey, there was a random shooting here. Hey, there was someone stole my car. And some of them were cool. Some of them were like really fun to investigate because it made me get out there and meet people. But some of them were like, I wish, why am I here? Definitely need a dispatcher in the PD. Hopefully next time everyone sits in a call and gives out opinions. Oh, maybe. I'll take your word for it. Like I said, it was my first time doing GTA RP, though. I'm going to extinguish the candle. Yippee! All right, we're going to go back to the Cup of Dusk. There we go. Perfect. Oh, the thing on the pier with the shooting? The shooting game on the pier. Yeah. I think the detective role is for roleplay rather than gameplay. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There wasn't even a pay difference. Not that we were doing more than anyone else was, but like there was literally no differentiating us. It was just a title. Yeah. You're convincing me to get an Apple candle? Do it. Got to take into account the server limitations with the amount of players, how many content creators wanted to join, how many were invited, how many wanted to be officers, etc. I was gonna say more people didn't want to be officers. Ironically, by like day 6 or 7, we started getting a huge number of people that were like, I want to be a cop. And at that point, like we were halfway through the server and it was like 4 or 5 people. Like I even had people DMing me. I had some people DMing me. They're like, can we, what's the process of becoming a cop? Can I become a cop? Are you guys hiring? And I'm like, I don't think so. Cause like, if you don't know what you're doing, we don't have the time to train you because we're already giga spread thin as it is. And then Macaroni died, Remy left, and we were down 2 more. And I was like, who's gonna train the new recruits? Who's gonna help with all the bullshit that's happening? So, yeah, we had a ton of people that asked to join, but like we didn't have the time to train them at all. I think Danger got like the least amount of training comparatively to everybody. It was insane. It was actually genuinely insane. But again, like, and remember, this is all going to be in my perspective. This is all going to be in my point of view. Aren't you glad Valentina's there? I mean, I'm glad I had somebody to talk to. I'm glad I had someone to play off of. Out of character, yes. Valentina was a very good, like, driving partner to do things with, because at least, like, even though we were sassing each other all the fucking time, it was better than being alone, which did happen a lot. Regal was without a partner so often. So, because, like, what is it? Day 4 through day 8. So 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I was 4 hours late to the server because of my day job. So it means I was never at the morning meetings for those 4 days or for those 5 days. So I didn't get assigned a partner. So I would keep looking for Remy, but then Aurora and Macaroni got promoted. So Aurora teamed up with Remy at some point. I don't know if Macaroni and Remy ever teamed up. I don't think they did. But there were so many times where I was just like, man standing emoji. Hey guys, good morning. One person responds. It's usually Hilby. And then I'm just like, okay, let me, I guess I'll get on shift. Oh my gosh. It was crazy. It was crazy. But again, like, it happens. It's not everybody's responsibility to catch every single person up. Like, that'd be exhausting roleplay wise. I asked some days, but like, I even made it a roleplay thing because like Adler didn't tell Regal that she got fucking shot. And he was pissed. He was pissed. He was like, what do you mean you got shot? Like, so first of all, no one told Regal that Adler was shot, that she was kidnapped, that it was Macaroni that shot her. Anything that happened with Humane Labs on that day, anything that happened with finding like the bad guy's hideout, nothing. Regal found out nothing. Regal found out, I think, the next day that Adler was shot. Like, the next day. And it was, like, at the end of the day, too. He was pissed! And I know some people were always, like, laughing about it in the sense of, like, man, why does Regal care so much about, like, Adler not getting hurt? Like, she can clearly take care of herself. It wasn't that he cared about her getting hurt. It was that he cared about the fact that she didn't seem to care that she was getting hurt. In his eyes, her attitude was so like reckless and dangerous. He wanted like her to know that like she mattered to him. And even though he wasn't good at showing it and just saying it outright, that's why he kept asking, hey, are you okay? Hey, like, don't push yourself too hard. Hey, like, I'm here to help. You can lean on me. Because like, obviously she can handle all that stuff herself. She was a way better cop than Regal was, which is ironic considering she was a criminal. Bro, this is Royale all over again. Don't fucking say that because I had the same mindset. Got abandoned by Serpico again. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, just drinking the fucking coffee. No, I mean, there were parts where it did feel very reminiscent of what happened in VCraft, but the unfortunate reality is there's only going to be so many people that can be involved in a scene. There's only going to be so many people that can possibly be involved in a scene. There's only going to be so many people that can respond to a call. And a reason for that, before anybody goes out with pitchforks or anything, which I don't expect you guys to do because we're playing a game. We're role-playing. This is make-believe. This is for fun. This is for entertainment. The unfortunate thing is we had a lot of restrictions. So like crime scenes, like shooters or hostage situations, we have like a checklist of like multiple pages. And I think this is the thing that people don't realize. We had like multiple pages of notes of things we weren't allowed to do. Oh, it's a hostage situation, 2 to 3 cars max. For example, they ask for no Air One, don't send anything. We didn't get access to boats and jets until the criminals did. We can't use automatic weapons unless the bad guys do. We needed probable cause and reasonable suspicion to do anything. Oh God, that's something I want to touch on too. Ex-criminals make great cops. They know what to look for. Yeah, that's like barely scratching the surface, CJ. That's like barely scratching the surface. To be fair, what I've seen in comparison to other servers, the PD was far understaffed for what the server was. I mean, probably. But hindsight's 2020. I don't think anybody thought that it was going to be like that. It was clearly evident to the average watcher just how hamstrung the police were. It was like head bashing against desk, frustrating at times, especially in chases. Yeah, I think that's why I disliked chases so much. Not only was I not good at them, because it wasn't really something that I practiced during the practice sessions that we had. But like there were so many times where it was like, all right, let's do a chase. And we'd set up for it and it would take like 30, 45 minutes to set up for. And then we'd lose them in the first 10 seconds. So it was like, Oh, so it's like, man, that sucked. And it's like, was that fun for the other person? Because like now I just feel guilty that I was so shitty at chasing. Yeah, I think your chases are good. I didn't. I didn't. I definitely am not a good driver. I just played it very safe a lot of the time. I tried to make good turns, to keep good distances. I think it's funny that there were times criminal-only watchers were complaining about how OP the PD were, but blissfully unaware what you guys can't do in action. Oh my god, yeah, so that was the other thing. Oh. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm perpetually online. I scroll Twitter a lot. There are a lot of times that people were making comments about, like, man, the cops are so giga busted. Man, the cops are so strong. This is ridiculous. Man, or the other end of, man, the cops are so useless. What are they even doing? They're not doing anything. They're not participating in this chase. They're not chasing down my person that's doing the crime. And I'm like, homie, we are so spread thin. And I think that negativity really got to me on day 7. The negativity really got to me on day 7 in that first 2.5 hour span, where it's like every single officer was engaged and we were still getting 911 calls. And I was just like, man, please. Oh, it's rough. It was rough. The number one thing I can say is if you're a fan of DistrictV and you like these types of roleplay servers, just remember, even the people that are like the enemies to whoever you're cheering on. So like if you were watching Bachelors, or you were watching Tim's Gang, or if you were watching Vanilla Unicorn Gang, and you were like, man, fuck those LSPD guys, they suck, they're not good at their jobs, or man, they're too OP, they keep ruining all the fun for everybody. Just think about how stressed out we were and how many restrictions that we were under. It didn't sound very fun for you. There were times that I was just mostly stressed out, especially in the early days, where it was like call after call after call after call. But that's where I was saying, like, I was sad because a lot of the gameplay got in the way of the RP. I wanted the RP and I wanted to do detective things. But we were constantly spread so thin because of all of the small crimes that were happening across the city. You know? Yeah, just remember everyone's a person at the end of the day, and then we're all role playing. We're all trying to have a good time. That's all I'm saying. People on Twitter rarely pay attention to details of the complete picture. I mean, yeah, but still, like, I'm not about to like flame them for just cheering on their Oshi. You know? I know like tons of people here like really wanted me to do well. So it looked like y'all were doing a real 9 to 5. And that was really rough for me. I'm sure there were other people doing the same thing or doing the opposite of me, where for me, I was working my day job 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then as soon as the clock strikes 9, I was then clocking in to DistrictV. So I was going from a 9-hour work shift to a 6-hour cop shift for the LSPD. For almost 12 days. I didn't for the first 3 days. The first 3 days, it was only GTA RP. But that was 10 hours, so. So it's a lot more fun to be a troll in RP. Only your fun matters. I mean, yes and no. I don't think there were too many occasions where like I genuinely felt like someone was doing that to me. And if they did, like, you kind of just remember people are having fun or trying to, you know, it doesn't come from a place of maliciousness. It comes from a place of they're trying to have a good time and put on a show, and they also want their viewers to have a good time too. I think the closest I came to crashing out was day 11 during the chase, but even then I was just frustrated because I wanted to investigate the power outage more. I was so like, this is so cool, let's look around, and then we got pulled into a chase by Omi, and I'm like, I don't want to be here. I'm not good at driving. I'm not good at chasing. So I hope that we actually get 2 police stations, one in the city and one outside the city. That could have been interesting. Even if there was just like a pit stop, like a police station pit stop, that would have been interesting, because it did take forever to go from north to south or south to north. I don't even think I went north until like day 8, day 9. I don't even think I went to like the 5,000s until the day that I was doing the investigation work with McCarthy. So did you actually crash out ever in RP, or did you just get close to it? I think just got close to it. Because like the problem with crashing out in RP and crashing out of character, it's a very thin line. Because if you're crashing out in character, there's usually like, I think there's usually a little bit of realism to it. And I definitely had a lot of situations where I was very close and I had to like pull myself back and like be like, it's just a game. We're having fun. We're role playing. Because it was just the stress of being LSPD. There's supposed to be a PD in Blaine County. There's a reason, well, there's a shift of police forces to sheriff when you travel north. They just never had an official station assigned, but that would have stretched numbers even thinner between the two sectors. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I think ultimately that's what it comes down to is how spread thin we were. So, you're like the cops in Raccoon City, barely any police for a huge city. Yeah. I did start to say this before, and I said I was going to bring it back around. One of the things that I was debating writing for Regal's story was I actually was going to have Regal either shot dead or shot and put into a coma on like day 7. I think it was. Yeah, on day 7. Because I was originally going to stop to play Resident Evil Requiem. Yeah, it's because I wanted to play Resident Evil 9. It's because I wanted to play Resident Evil 9. So I was talking out of character with Taiga, and I was like, is this something that like we could make happen? Like, could we set this up as like a storyline? Yeah, coma for RE9. Die in Isekai into RE. And we made jokes about it's like I got recalled to Raccoon City. But I ultimately decided against that. Because as much as I wanted to, after the 3 days that I did play, the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which were days 1, 2, and 3, I was like, I could even feel then, I was like, holy shit, A, we're super understaffed. B, I'm having enough fun that I know that I'll regret doing this line. So, so obviously I didn't do that. But I was messaging Taiga, and I messaged Vox at one point about it too. Just to see if it was even possible. I was like, hey, I just want you to know I'm kind of thinking about this. I'm just kind of thinking about this, you know? So it's definitely one of those interesting things to think about. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break real quick, guys. Come up with some questions. I'll be back in just a minute. We will continue the Q&A and behind the scenes conversations in just a moment. Come on, think up some questions, guys. I'll be right back, all right? Okay, I'm back. Yippee! Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Man, I can't believe Valentina and Aurora abandoned me already. They were like, Regal's talking shit. I gotta get out of here. Fuck that guy. I hate that guy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, probably for the best that it didn't happen, and now we can play RE9 with nothing else in the way. As a reminder, he's gonna be playing it blind all the way through starting on Friday. Yeah. So I talked about how I was like, I might have put Regal in a coma or killed him so I could go play Resident Evil. And then it's like he wakes up, he's like, I got better. I got better. And then come back and play. But so yeah, we're playing all of Resident Evil 9, all of Resident Evil Requiem on Friday, Saturday, maybe Sunday. Probably just Friday and Saturday, I'd imagine. I think so. I'm excited for that. Me too. 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 Yippee! Question. I was always really fascinated by seeing how Regal would respond to anyone kind of shrugging off law-like duties, hearing that, I'm off shift, etc. sort of thing. What's his approach to that concept? Ironically, I think as it went on, he became more, I'm off shift. Ironically, he started leaning into that because me, Roy, the player, started getting really burnt out, not having that mentality. The day that I really started embracing that was day 7. Because that was the day that I felt super left out, RP wise, story wise, because that was the day like Adler got shot by Macaroni and she was kidnapped. That was the first day of the Humane Labs. There was like the big bust on the criminal hideout. There were like stakeouts. There were so many like big things that happened that Regal got sidelined for. So that day he was literally like, well, if you're going to sideline me, I'm just going to clock out and go get drunk at the Vanilla Unicorn with Remy and Aurora. And that's where that awesome art piece from Joe came from. The thing that makes me sad about that is Macaroni was with us at the Vanilla Unicorn, but he left. He left. I was sad. I was very sad. But yeah, as the days went on, I tried very hard to not let it consume me, because I realized that by letting the work consume me in character, out of character, it was burning me out really hard. So 2 questions. How would Regal react to meeting Adler on the other side? And what is Regal's go-to off-duty drink? So the off-duty drink, I just say they're what mine are, because it's just easier that way. Whiskey, cognac, scotch, bourbon, brown liquor. Those are my go-tos. And I think they also fit a detective well. I feel like you think of like a noir story, like a noir detective. You see whiskey, you see bourbon, you see scotch, you see cognac. It's usually not like tequila or vodka or clear rum, you know? Maybe a spiced rum or a brown rum, but not the other way. So very understandable. It was very interesting to see how you balance the exhaustion with RP. I hope you know you did that really skillfully. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. I hope so. My biggest thing, and I kept saying it, I think I said it a ton while streaming, and I didn't realize how many times I'd said it, but a lot of the time I was taking stuff because I didn't necessarily want to shrug the duty off on other people. And I kept being like, well, if I don't take it, somebody else is going to have to. And like, I don't want to make it feel like I'm not doing my work. I don't want to make it feel like I'm not doing my, my part. So there were a lot of situations where I think I may have pushed myself a little bit too much with that. And even then I feel like I didn't do enough. Despite being so exhausted and so burnt out. Like, I'm so tired right now even. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Ugh. Can we get a round of applause for Joe? They put out some amazing art during District V. For real. For real. I'm so glad you came in as a detective because you have a knack for observing things in a setting. I've noticed it at B-Craft. Yeah. Yeah, I love like detective stuff. I love like law drama. Like anytime there's like lawyers involved and like detective style stuff. It's like why like some of my favorite visual novels are like Danganronpa, 999, Virtue's Last Reward, the Ace Attorney series. I played Your Turn to Die with Finana as well. Like there's so many those styles of games and shows and anime and mysteries that I really enjoy, that I was really excited to play a detective. It just, unfortunately, there just wasn't that much to detect RP wise, you know. I feel like I didn't have too many big breakthroughs. So who's your favorite member of the ensemble cast of District V? Oh, of like every single person in the game? Oh gosh, that's a tough one. Oh, that's hard. Cause like, I think Adler's absolutely up there. Big shocker. I think Dweemer's up there because goddamn Freed doing that voice for 10 hours a day for 12 days is insane. I kind of wish I got to do more with like this side, but I really wanted to spend more time with Dr. Jake, Rem E, and Stuart Smalls. Because it sounds like they all had some like crazy arcs, and I only got to really know them in passing. Remy, I'm actually so. We talked about like regrets. This is genuinely one of the saddest things for me. I knew there was a potential good story here, and it took every ounce of my being to not like out of character metagame it. So I became friends with Rem E because I found him collapsed out back of the Vanilla Unicorn. He said that he had been run over. I was like, hey, don't worry, I'm gonna get you an ambulance. We had like a pretty funny like interaction with that. We got him to the hospital. I paid for his bill before he could run off because he didn't have enough money. But like we had like these genuine conversations, and he was like, oh, you're family now. And I was like, now that you guys know my backstory, now that I've explained the backstory already, like it probably makes sense why I was so like, ooh, this could be a fun avenue for me to explore. This could be a fun avenue for me to like develop more and to like become friends with Rem E. And he said he was going to call me for that court case. He did. I showed up to the court case, and then Stuart Smalls misheard my name, and I know he did because out of character, I heard him say it. Out of character, I heard Rem E say it. But since Stuart Smalls ended up calling for a Rico instead of Regal, out of character, I was like, I can't do anything. I couldn't do anything. And then I never spoke to Rem E, sorry. And then apparently Rem E got shot in the middle of the desert and is dead. And I just never got to talk to him again. So bro. Yeah, I have no idea what happened with that one. I'm pretty sure McCarthy told Regal that Rem E was dead. I'm pretty sure. And it was like a what? Or was it Valentina? It may have been Valentina, actually, now that I think about it. He said he was waiting for you when he texted you. Oh, at the courthouse. Yeah, and that's why I showed up. I was like, hey, I'm on my way. Don't worry. Did the hospital kill him after reviving him? That's so fucking funny. So much happens in the span of one day. Oh, yeah, it's insane. Who's better off in the desert, bringing food for the coyotes? Bam. Sure. My goodness. That's crazy. Yeah, so I was sad that I didn't get to do anything with that storyline. I think that could have been really fun. I think that could have been a lot of fun. I also know it's Flayon. I haven't really gotten to do much at all with Flayon. I think we've barely spoken. I would have loved to spend more time with Flayon because Rem E seemed like a really cool character. It also would have been really funny if Rem E ever found out that Regal was from a crime family. Because, like, I think the only person that knows that canonically is Adler. And even then, I was very, like, coy about it. I didn't just straight up say, oh, yeah, my family's, like, a crime family. Like, they're stupidly wealthy. They're monsters. You know? They smuggle and export things all the time. Like, the coffee business is just a front. What's up, Nakamura? Importers and exporters was the phrase you used. Yeah, because it was, they import and export a lot of things. Wink? They import and export a lot of things, you know? That's funny. Did I miss any questions from before? I feel like I probably did. Do you want to know why he got shot? I'll figure it out at some point. I kind of hope the stars will align for y'all to cross paths in RP again someday. Flayon's real into VA. Me too. I love voice acting. In case you couldn't tell. Yeah, Rem E would have been super interesting if he had stayed longer. I mean, I'm sure like most of the Hollow Stars were like busy prepping for their upcoming like they have like projects coming up, I think. I don't know what they have coming up, but I think someone said they did. Was it a concert? There's something HoloLive related going on. I don't know. I don't freaking know what's happening. People just tell me things and I'm like, oh, that sucks. They have Super EXO this weekend. Oh, that's what it is. There you go. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Well, I'm definitely going to try and support them through that. My homies, you know? Gotta support Haka and Ruse and Octavio. I was sad Octavio couldn't participate. Man. Aren't the monkeys mods? Oh, I have no idea. I got no clue. Would Taiga's other character had an inkling of Regal's true past? That could have been an angle for him to lean on. Maybe. But unfortunately, Neil was a very busy individual. The only times I really got to talk to Neil were like in passing. And because, you know, I was busy doing cop stuff, it doesn't really make sense to be mingling with a shady individual who owns a host club. I like Bob Burger's accent. Clearly, that's how I really should have romanced. My bad, Joe. I know you just wanted me and Mary to get together. Want to look at the funny clips on others? I was laughing at some about Bob. Oh my gosh. I might at some point. I still scrolled the DistrictV tag. Even if it's not mine, I like seeing what everybody else gets up to. Was Regal taking part in any of the crimes in the past with his family? No. As soon as he found out about it and he turned 18, he joined the police academy and became a cop and then went from there. Nope. He was disgusted by what his family did. That's why he always used money to help people, like paying hospital bills. That's why he didn't care about money a lot of the time. The monkey was played by one of the mods. That's funny. So my question probably got buried. I'm sure someone will ask, if you hadn't been asked to be a detective, what role would you have wanted to play? Ooh, Good question, Marriage. I don't think I've thought about it at all. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe a vigilante could have been fun because we didn't really have like an air quotes superhero type character, so that could have been interesting. Like Punisher style. I don't know if I would have been a criminal. I don't know if I would have been a criminal is the problem. You know? Maybe? Wasn't Lucky a visual ante? Oh, you mean a vigilante? I don't think he was. I thought he was like a murderer. Oh, you know what? Being a lawyer could have been cool, but I think based on how I saw those court cases shake up, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'm glad that I didn't. Maybe I'm glad I didn't become a lawyer. Could have been an informant at the VU like the others. I think that probably would have been what it was. Based on everything that I saw in the game. Based on what I saw in the game, I probably would have wanted to work at the Vanilla Unicorn. I think that's what it would have been. Yeah. I think working at the Vanilla Unicorn could have been it. I remember before you announced you were playing Regal, a few of us thought you would be playing a crime boss. That would have been interesting. I don't think I'm smart enough. I don't think I would do that in my first time playing GTA 5. But like they stopped the court cases because it was tedious. I mean, it kind of was. I think a lot of us were getting like... I think a lot of us were getting annoyed with how long the court cases were taking. Because it's like... Yeah, like you can have fun and you can be silly, but a lot of them turned into like, okay, are we actually making like a courtroom drama here? Or are we just being silly? That's why I think a lot of people just started being like, all right, what are my charges? No, I don't want to see a lawyer. Take me to jail. Because it was always faster. The DOJ team didn't really like the court cases. It's such a shame because it's like, I love the idea of like legal drama and doing cool stuff with that. But I think in the case of like GTA 5 roleplay, maybe it just doesn't work too well because like we can't have a jury. It's all going to be like the judge. It's all going to be like just the people part of it. Hello, detective. How many arrests did you end up getting in the end? I think technically I only arrested like 2 people. I tried to arrest a bunch of others. Someone pointed out to me before, almost every single person I tried to arrest that wasn't already detained or that wasn't already in handcuffs, quite literally every single person that I tried to arrest that wasn't already in handcuffs or detained, I was prevented from by being hit by a car. Every single one. Which is kind of insane. Which is kind of nuts, right? Yeah, I think technically I only handcuffed or like I don't know. I think maybe only 2 people. I think it was Nissan at the scene where she downed Van. I'm sorry, not Van. I'm thinking Final Fantasy 12. Val. Sorry, Val. And we had to take her to court. And then I didn't get called despite the fact that I was the one that drove her. So there was that. And then there was the time that I arrested Luca, but like I didn't arrest him. He came back voluntarily. So you detained that dastardly devil, Luca Santos. I didn't specifically. He came back voluntarily because it was a whole like it was a mechanic thing. There was like head popping. There was glitches. So it happens. Yeah, I think that's it. I think the majority rest of the time I was either run over trying to stop them or it just wasn't mine. It just wasn't my call to make. Like, that's the pros and cons of Minecraft and GTA RP. Minecraft being a lot more flexible, but GTA can do a lot more in terms of immersion. Yeah? Yeah, the immersion definitely can fit better in GTA, but it also, because it's such a more taxing game, I think it also, you see through the cracks a lot more, or you see the cracks a lot more in GTA RP, where gameplay mechanics also become a burden. Like, why do I have to press so many buttons to get gas? Why can't I just go over to the thing and it's like, or press E from inside my car to get gas? I don't need to do this, please. Unnecessary. Also, GTA 5 being a 10 plus year game. I mean, Minecraft came out in what? 2010? Minecraft is also 10 plus years old. Regal screaming out my car while Remy in the other side of the city is carrying out my bike as I'm using. Oh, that's funny. So it's more GTA stuff needs to be more streamlined. I mean, not necessarily. It was just that it was my first time. It was my first time playing GTA. So there's a lot of things that I was like, man, I wish this was better, or I wish this was different. Where a lot of other people are probably just like used to it. Any other questions? Total my car count. I have no idea. It was definitely, it had to have been at least in like the high 20s, low 30s range, I think. Did really well with the experience. Next time you'll be fine. I think so too. I think if I were to do another GTA roleplay server, I'm still counting. I hit 31. Oh, damn. So I think would I ever play a cop again? So here's the problem. I don't know if Regal as a character is dead to me or not. And I mean that in the way of like, I think the only way I would play Regal again at this point is like, if I can somehow play in the same setting as Arya Adler, or play in the same setting as Remy or Aurora. But even then, like, I'm kind of like, man, I just didn't get to follow the storylines and the plot lines that I wanted to follow. So it was really saddening because I just didn't get to RP a lot. Like 90% of my RP came from either banter with Valentina or conversation and flirting with Adler. And that's where the majority of my roleplay came from. And the one scene I had with Remy in the rain. You know? So it's a rough thing because it's like, I feel like I didn't really get to develop Regal. So I'm sad. And like, I mean, my quite literally my ending, which does make it a little bit sad, is Regal leaves Los Santos and probably doesn't tell the rest of the PD, and he just disappears with Aurora and Remy. They all just go to the airport together and leave Los Santos. What is a story point? What is a point? Let me get a point of wine. Let me get a point of wine. What is a story point or scene for Regal that you would have wanted to do either alone or featuring another character, or story arc relationship that you wanted to continue /end? That's hard because I wanted to develop Regal's sense of conflict within himself of what is right and what is wrong, and why it's not just black and white. And it's why I leaned really, really hard into hanging out with Adler so much, because I felt like he was starting to feel that more and more. And it made for really fun conversations. And also flirting with Adler is very fun, even if I was doing it very like, hey, you look great today, or the awooga on the beach, because Adler's so goddamn hot. I don't know though. I mean, it's like, I almost wish I was more involved in the stuff with Macaroni, Nana, and Orly, because I was so far disconnected from those three characters that I was like, I genuinely just did not know what to do. I was so disconnected, either because the RP didn't happen, I was told to stay away from it. People for their own RP reasons choose to, exclude me or not tell me the whole truth. And I get it, like shit happens. We're all RPing and doing what's best for us and everything like that. But it happened so often that by the time that we ended up like spending what felt like an hour and a half looking for Orly, I think I said to myself, I was like, I don't even know who this person is. Just like I didn't know who Macaroni was. Just like I barely knew Nana. And yeah, it sucks. And I felt like I made efforts to try and get to know them. Or at least I made efforts to try and get to know Macaroni because he was there. But it just, it sucked to feel on the outside of that and like looking in, because I kind of just didn't want to look in. I was so disconnected from it. It was almost depressing. So I kind of wish that I had more of a stake in that, more involvement in that for whatever reason. I think it would have been better. Because like, even if you go back and watch the memorial we did for Macaroni, that day on the beach in the rain, and we did like the shots into the sky. I didn't say anything. I don't think I said a single word when I was there. Oh, wait. Actually, wait. I don't think my perspective was streamed. I think that was Saturday, the night that I ended early. So if you go watch other people's perspectives, I don't say a single word. So, but again, like it's none other people's problems. It's none other people's faults. It's just the nature of roleplay sometimes. Sometimes people get excluded, not by intention, but just because of story or plot lines or whatever else. And try as I may to like include myself or create storylines for myself or plot lines for myself for other people to get involved, and it just didn't end up working out. So it was unfortunate. What would have been a catalyst for Regal to see it more gray than black and white? I think listening to Adler was like the start of it. Listening to Adler almost like romanticize crime and talk about like their family / their gang that they're part of, and then also realizing how terrible of a place Los Santos was because of all the crime and everything like that. He's like realizing like, man, maybe my parents aren't actually as bad as I thought they were, so it's hard to know. It's hard to know for certain, but I think Adler was the start of it. Remy was also a part of it because I know Remy was doing some underhanded shit, and I kind of just kept looking the other way because I was choosing to be like, I was choosing to believe in him in the way of like, well, he's a cop, he's going to do the right thing. Because again, Regal, very naive, very green, very, the world is black and white, the cops are the good guys, the criminals are the bad guys. So I think if something happened ironically to someone he knew or cared about, then it might change his worldview. But it's hard. It's hard to know specifically. Yeah. Awooga's right, goddamn. Yeah. Listen, I could say that about Adler a lot. Would you play something mundane like a fisherman or restaurant owner as a cover for crime or something else? Probably. I would do that. But I think working at the Vanilla Unicorn would have been what I did this time around. if I had a choice based on what I saw and how the entire server played out, I think Vanilla Unicorn may have been my thing to do. It could have been fun. It could have been fun. I think your perspective on their stuff as Regal would have been fascinating, but I do think all the characters are so closed off / neutral that it wouldn't be very in character of them to let people in. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's why I was trying to say, like, it's not their fault. It is the nature of roleplay. It is the nature of roleplay that that those things happened. So I don't blame people, but it sucks that I felt kind of outcasted by the end of the server. From like all of these huge, like, incredibly dark and emotional things. I just had no stake in them, and I wasn't involved in them, and I tried to get into them and was told to stay out of them. So I was just like, okay, hey, you handle your RP moment. I will go do whatever I need to do and answer dispatch, I guess. Wasn't Omi secretly funding the bachelors? So... You know what's funny? I've actually heard this. So the cops have a no corrupt, no law breaking rule that we weren't allowed to do anything negative. We weren't allowed to do anything indirectly illegal or anything else like that. And it was really interesting to see, like, the stuff that freaking Omi was doing, like, behind the cops' back with Luca, because he was the one that put together the race that we did, or the chase rather, that we did on day 11 when the power was out. That part confused me. I thought cops weren't allowed to be corrupt, or was it just shady stuff close to the line but not over it? I think that's what it was. It was shady but not crossing the line. Yeah. But who do you think Regal had the best relationship with? I can tell you the 4 people he spent the most time with were Remy, Adler. Wait, hold on. In order, it's probably Adler, Remy, Valentina, Aurora are probably the 4 people he spent the most time with. I think in that order. I'm pretty sure. Maybe swap Valentina and Remy. Maybe swap Valentina and Remy, but Adler is definitely the person he spent the most time with. And I said it already. I felt that Regal was what was the word cozy used? Was it fantasized? Romanticized? Something like that. By Adler. Not in a romantic sense, but just because of the way that they spoke. Fascinated. There we go. I couldn't remember the word. By everything that they talked about. So, yeah. The scene with Lucky was so funny and could have been another subplot point for Eagle to expand and explore what criminals are outside of crime. But he said what he said. Oh, yeah, because Lucky was like, man, 6-inch blade or 4-inch blade into someone's throat. And I was like, goodbye. I was like, goodbye. That's why, like, when he came back to, like, flirt with me, and he was like, oh yeah, like, let me take you out on a date. And I was like, no. No. Hell no. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, I was so like, no. And it's funny too, because I don't know if anybody was expecting me to just be like, no. But again, I also talked about how I played Regal very, like, romance averse, if that makes sense. Not necessarily like sex averse. Actually, sex averse might be more accurate, because I did make some, like, pretty, like, flirty romantic comments towards, like, Adler, and I teased Remy at one point because I saw how, like, flustered it made him, and it was funny. But other than that, like I just wasn't interested in playing Regal like that. I felt like I did that with Regal, where I made him kind of flirty. But yeah, I just didn't want to do that with Regal. Married to the job, so to speak. Yeah, absolutely. Too obsessed with the job. You didn't want to RP Hannibal? No, absolutely not. There were so many couples getting together in the last 3 days. Yeah, absolutely. That's why it's like, I think I said this out of character, but I was like, man, I was so tempted to make like Regal a little bit jealous of Big Champa. But then like, as I started thinking about it like more and more and like looking into like RP stuff, I think it's because Big Champa and Adler knew each other prior to, what's it called? DistrictV. So they have history. And then also that's when I realized that I wasn't like having Regal romantically attracted to Adler. Because I was like, what is he jealous about? And it was more so, I think, like closeness rather than like romantic closeness. Any lore facts about Regal? I did do a lore dump like an hour and a half ago. I mean, the TLDR is he comes from a crime family, became a cop, then a detective to try and put his family away. Family wasn't happy about it, had to move to Los Santos so that he'd be far away from them. Vowed that he would destroy his own family and protect people from monsters like them. That's it. Thirsting for human socialization. Ironically, I think it's because he just got pushed away from so many other things, and so many other people were like sad and depressed about what happened with Macaroni, Nana, and Orly, that Regal was like, I don't know these people, and everyone's sad about them, and everyone's like feeling camaraderie and bonded with them. And meanwhile, Regal's like, man, the only person that I think cared about me, Remy, is gone, and he didn't even say goodbye. He said goodbye via a text message. And I'm like, fuck. Damn, dude. Damn. So, yeah, because like I think I had a scene with Roscoe too, where like we were like repairing his car or something, and he was asking me about Remy, and in character I had Regal like pretty pissed off. I was like, Remy's gone. He's like, what do you mean Remy's gone? I'm like, Remy quit the force. Like, he left. What do you mean? So I did want to kind of play around with that emotion a little bit more, where Regal was like pissed off at everybody for not caring that Remy was gone. But I didn't want like Remy to be the only thing that Regal had going for him as a character. Props to Yura for kind of filling in. No. Valentina was their own character. Valentina was not a Remy fill-in. Valentina was absolutely their own character that had their own relationship with Regal. Very, very, I know what you're saying though, but a very different relationship with Regal, and it was good because of that. I want to say, as a chief of department viewer, I've come to notice how much of a heavy workload of tasks the PD had gotten, and I can't say those roles are for the lax state of mind. Oh no. I was very stressed. Most days I was like logging off, and I was like up for like another 2 hours, because I was in that, like, you know how you get like runner's high when your adrenaline spikes and you're like excited, so it's hard for you to fall asleep and hard for you to calm down. I had that, but for anxiety and stress. So it took me like an extra like 2 or 3 hours after streams were done to be like, man, thank God that shift is over. That kind of thing. If you knew more about Remy's character as Regal, maybe you could have been more angry. So the little bit that Regal did know is what made him angry, because Regal felt like they were very similar based on the little bit of information that Remy did give him. Because they had that scene on day 2 in the rain where Remy started kind of like sharing more than he should have. I prayed every day that Regal could have even just had a few hours off the job. Just let that man get the drink with his friends. So I did that on day, I think it was 3. And that was with Carlisle. But I did that for like 2 hours. The only other time that Regal ever went off shift was day 7 at the Vanilla Unicorn with Aurora and Remy. And when he tried to invite Macaroni with them. But that was only because he felt so depressed and alone because he got pushed away from every other big thing that was happening that day. Yeah, that was the deepest moment. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. I really felt like you guys were handling the entire town at some point. It did make me feel bad that it meant less room for the LSPD characters to explore RP, but I'm sure things will differ next time. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just my overall complaint. I said that before, and it's not even like a complaint. It's just how like the game shakes up, you know? It's how an RP server shakes up. It's, you know, we're adults, we're content creators, we're trying to have a good time, we're trying to put on a show. We're trying to tell cool, compelling stories. But the problem is like we were so busy with the game that we couldn't do the RP stuff. So then for me, especially not being involved in what is now considered the big LSPD plot, I'm just sitting over here like, yeah, that sure was a plot, guys, because I just wasn't involved in it at all. I don't even know what happened. I still never got like clear consensus about what happened. Don't know what happened with Orly. Don't know what happened with Nana. Barely know what happened with Macaroni. No one gave me a sit rep. Oh my gosh. The comms that the LSPD had on the few days were hilarious. They're like, what do you mean Dwemer is expecting? Oh yeah, he had twins, right? Damn, that poll at the Vanilla Unicorn's crazy. The time limit on crime should have been harder implemented earlier. Yeah, and maybe make it the last hour instead of the last 30 minutes. Because it's like, if someone was already doing a crime and it spilled over, then like we'd be finishing the crime and it would be like, for me, 2:55 a.m., which means there was only 5 minutes left. And it'd be like, you don't have enough time to do anything. Funny enough, given other servers and how things usually go, the cops had a really good life in this server. In what capacity? Like, of actually getting to do stuff or something else? It was hell at the end for the POV for the LSPD. I feel that. I'm sure other people had it worse than me though. I'm not out here trying to be like woe is me. I had a terrible time. No one paid attention to me. Whoa. That's why I seeked out Adler so much. That's why I spent so much time with Remy. It's why, you know, Aurora and I spent time together as partners, and Valentina and I spent time together as partners. People are assholes to cops. They barely give any RP to them. They shit on them constantly. They don't care about fairness. The viewers are toxic as hell to cops too. I got that. I felt that. Trust me. I felt that entirely. I really did. It was very unfortunate. Being a cop is rough. I mean, yeah, and it was my first time doing GTA RP. It genuinely was an entirely exhausting experience, and it made doing RP really hard. Even so, the server was shockingly really nice compared to other servers. It's crazy. Hey, I'll take your word for it. This is the only server that I've seen and experienced. So if you say that it's shockingly nice, I will take that, because I don't have anything to compare it to. I've said it a lot, but you've been one of my favorite POVs, and it was nice seeing bits of Regal's characters throughout the 12 days, seeing close bombs and memorable moments made with Regal and others. And silver lining, it felt nice to have a POV that didn't have primarily heavy dark themes incoming. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really want to touch on that too much. I'll leave that for other people to talk about if they want to, just because I wasn't involved in those plots. So like me commenting on them feels not fair, because I don't know the complexity behind the scenes. I don't know why they decided to do what they did. I don't know directly what happened. And me out of character and Regal in character. But yeah. Some criminals were mad the beach episode was no crime time, and it's like, have you seen how the cops have been stuck attending to you guys? I will say I was a little upset about that on the day of the car show, because I left the car show to go do a I left the car show to do a chase, and I let Valentina drive my car, which she crashed in the first 10 seconds because she wasn't used to driving it. Which I think was just funny because it just added to our like buddy cop like sibling energy. I feel like, because that's kind of how I felt about Valentina and Regal. It felt like sibling energy a lot of the time, teasing each other and you know, the back and forth. But and Valentina or you know, Yuta, if you feel differently, let me know. But it is that scene did make me kind of sad because I was like, it was one of the things I complained about with chasing, where I was like, I'm not a very good chaser. I'm just straight up not a good chaser. So I was in tertiary and I wasn't even driving, and it was Roadworks, Musashi, and then Valentina and I in the back. And they lost Luca's gang like within the first 5 seconds, and then Valentina crashed really hard. So I was like, we spent all this time setting up for the chase to be over in 5 seconds. So, ladies and gentlemen, my car. At least we did get another. At least we did get another my car. And that time it was espresso instead of Cortado. You know. Sorbergo didn't even clock out to the end of each day RP. I think there was one day that he clocked out before me, and there was like day 1 or day 2. And the only day that I did clock out early was the day that I went to Vanilla Unicorn. Feel like it might have been difficult for PD members to clock out at random points in the day because crime was always on the rise. Yeah, 100%. He only clocked out the first 2 or 3 days. That means I was clocked in more than Serpico. Because I only clocked out to go to Vanilla Unicorn on day 7. Oh, no, I lied. Wait, that's incorrect. I did clock out for 2 hours on day 3 or 4 to go spend time with Carlisle, and then came back on shift after that. My apologies. We're probably pretty similar then, but I think Vox played all hours. He played all 10 hours every day. That much I'm not sure about. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think he was like that for VCraft as well. The Detective VU clock out was very deserved, to be honest. That's why I wanted fucking Macaroni to be there, because I didn't know what happened. We had like a brief moment in the car where it sounded like he had a rough day. And I was like, all right, Macaroni, like, come with us to the Vanilla Unicorn. It sounds like we've all had a rough day. Like, I'll buy you a drink. And then I was so sad that he fucking left. Ah! As someone who watches Vox mainly, I can confirm he was online at least 9.5 hours per day. Yeah, I'm not surprised. He was like that for VCraft as well. VCraft was, I think... It's really funny. So I regret not being involved in more scenes in District V, but I regret not being logged in more in VCraft. Because VCraft, I just straight up missed, I think, incredibly important moments. Like the Knights of R's, like, family hug. Because, like... personal gripe, I get left out of Knights of R's conversations all the time from VCraft, and it makes me really sad. I had a knighting ceremony and everything, dude. Like, I was an official part of the Knights of R's, and then everybody forgot about me. But for like District V, it was different because it's like everybody was like doing their own thing, so it was like different feeling. The part where you and Valentina would reminisce about Remy felt like watching two people licking their wounds for a character that just packed up and left. Maybe filling in gaps. No, I get that. It's kind of funny because like I think that's where Valentina and I made the connections that we did. We used I talked to Ruse about this out of character to make sure it was okay too. But we used Remy as a way to kind of hobble together roleplay moments. Yeah. And it made for interesting moments, but it also felt bad because it's like we were almost acting like he was dead and had like such a huge impact on our lives. But like it's how Valentina and Regal related. Because Regal and Valentina's relationship was very different than Remy's and Valentina's relationship. So that juxtaposition, that difference in relationship is what made, I think, their relationship so funny and so interesting. Yeah, Ruse had to leave to prep for Holo Expo, I believe is what it was. If you want to know the total hours, I added up to his VCraft hours and his DistrictV hours too. Oh, I'm like, I know what he did for VCraft already. There was an Excel document, I think, or something like that, or like Google Doc or Google Sheet, whatever the Excel version is called, where it showed like what everybody did. And unfortunately, when VCraft happened, it was right in the middle of like my most busy work time, so I was like barely able to play as much as I wanted to. I think I played way more DistrictV than I did VCraft in terms of percentages, like of uptime versus the amount of time I played. Whereas VCraft, and I think that's why I regret it for VCraft, but not as much for DistrictV, because I played a good chunk. I missed, how much did I miss for DistrictV? 4, 8, 12. So 4, 8 plus 20. I missed 28 hours of playtime. I missed 28 hours of playtime from DistrictV total. I was clocked in the rest of the time. Ruse is that season 1 character that they lose the VA for and have to write them out in the second season. That's crazy. That's wild. That's insane. But yeah, I know a lot of the Holo Stars boys had to kind of wrap up their stories. There could be other reasons for it too, but I'm pretty sure the majority of them were just like, hey, don't have enough time, gotta prep for Holo Expo, got other things to do. Because as you guys can see, Holo Expo, DistrictV, a lot going on, and I'm sure they want to put on a good show. Even as the end of series bring back the OGVA thing. It really did, right? Was that murder died at the end of the 11th day? Oh, yeah. I never got to find out about that. I wonder if Omi's around. I kind of want to find out. Omi. Hey, Omi. Did you find murder dead like day 11? Was that real? I just didn't have the time to investigate it. I was glad Haka stuck around for as long as he could. Yeah, I mean, I had some fun interactions with Haka. I felt bad because when I arrested him, I think that was one of the worst moments, like, for gameplay mechanics. And then we tried to like talk about it being better. Oh, Homie says, no, I heard about it, but I wasn't part of that stuff. What happened? Oh, someone said you found his body with Dwemer and pulled it out of the ocean. Then Valentina and I found it on day 12. I haven't said on murder dying. We don't know. So the problem is we weren't part of that scene because so Valentina's head popped. So I went to investigate the pier. I saw somebody hovering over a body or a body bag in what looked like a police crime scene. And I was like, whoa, like what's going on here? And there was a person there that seemed incredibly suspicious. And then they couldn't speak, but when they came back in, because they had a tech issue, when they came back in, they were like, oh, it's Murder's body. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, I thought they left Los Santos. And they're like, oh, it was Dwemer and Omi. They found him. I was like, what? And Omi's saying he has no idea what I'm talking about. That's wild. Omi's like, I have no idea. So I wonder if that was just, was it with the fake Omi? I don't think so. I can't imagine it would have been. That seems like a really not great thing to do with a fake character, to find a player's dead body. I saw Haka reply to a tweet talking about that, and he was confused. So did Murder not actually die? Did Murder not actually die? Was it the whole fake Omi thing? Oh, apparently that day, didn't know about this, Hyperion. Apparently that day, there were people dressing up like other people. So there was a fake Bob as well. It was like air quotes an event thing. I didn't think he died. I'm so confused. Wait, I'm gonna message Haka. Hey, Haka, did Murder die in DistrictV? Someone told me they were murdered, and I never got confirmation on it. This was day 12. Wait, this is crazy. If he didn't actually get murdered, then that person just completely lied. What? I thought they weren't going for another tragedy on the last day. Goodness. Yeah, listen, I guess not. That's why I wanted to talk to Neil, but he was busy, and then I couldn't confirm with Dwemer or Omi, and Omi says he has no idea what I'm talking about. So very hard for me to watch other POVs on mobile. I feel you. I also know that they helped Murder. Well, push someone off of Maze Tower. That's crazy. Okay, wait, so Haka's saying he did die. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, wait. So he is alive. Wait. Discord, please send these messages. Discord, please. Because I apparently found Murder's body on day 12, according to someone else. And I was like, Murder died? I don't know. Haka's saying that's not true. So wait, hold on. Okay, now Haka's not making sense. Wait. Wait. He's saying, yeah, he is dead in game, but the character is alive. What does that mean? Character alive, but he's dead in game? Like, does he need EMS? What does that mean? Okay. Haka clarified he jumped into the ocean. Yes, he is dead. Okay. I'm so confused. Okay. Okay. So he is dead canon. But it's symbolism. No. Fuck symbolism right now. Is he dead or alive? That's all I care about. Oh my gosh. I was just so confused. Because I found a body bag at the pier. And someone was like, oh yeah, Dwemer fished up Murder's body. And I didn't even know you died. You were dead. What? Okay. Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Love you, moi. Oh, jeez, man. Yeah, the abstract BS. Oh my gosh. Okay. We got a clarification. Murder is dead. And apparently he jumped into the ocean for his art. So, don't know about that. I guess. I don't know. Haka, murder is more of a concept than a character, honestly. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Anyway, do you guys have any other questions? We found out about the murder thing now. We got to wrap that up. Hi, Hilo. Welcome back. Since you mentioned people dressing like other livers, which I'm assuming was the mods Roadworks having a bit of fun on the last day, do we know who the freaking monkey was in the last few days? I think that was someone from Roadworks, yeah. I think we did find that out. It was someone from Roadworks. When you haven't interacted with a certain character in RP, you can't really say anything. Yeah, I mean, like, murders and my interactions were pretty limited. I arrested him, and then, like, I saw him once or twice after that. He showed me his car, which was dope. The amount of times that monkey appeared cracked me up. It was so funny. It was so funny. Oh my god, especially at the racetrack when Vox was like, "There's a monkey, I'm in pursuit," and he was going, Vox was going crazy. If you go back and watch, if any of you want to hear like how insane it is, go watch Vox's perspective on that, because like, like Shelby and I were like standing next to each other. And we had seen the monkey earlier. And mind you, the day before this was, or like maybe 2 days before this, we watched Vox kill a monkey on the pier. So like I walked up and he's with Lucky and Hilby. And Vox is like, oh, I'm sorry. Serpico is like, he just came out of nowhere and he tried to fight me. And then I punched him once and he just went down. And that monkey kept fucking showing up! The goddamn monkeys! Dude, that goddamn monkey was everywhere. That goddamn monkey was everywhere. Hey, what's up, Noobles? Hi. Were you able to hear the day that the monkey was on the comms for one of the latter half chases? Oh, I don't think so. I probably missed that, unfortunately. What character in District V did you want to interact with from the start and weren't able to? And what character, now that everything is done, did you wish you could have had more interactions with, besides Macaroni and the other dead characters? From day one, it probably would have been Taiga's character, Kneel Down. Because I think it just would have been fun to see the interactions between them. And just more of the VU staff. Because like I really wanted to have a place where Regal could go off shift and like have a nice like glass of whiskey or two, not get drunk, maybe get a little tipsy, and like actually like compartmentalize work. I really, really wanted to have that. And that's why like Ash and I discussed out of character that Carlisle and Regal and Carlisle were drinking buddies that we had met like before we got to Los Santos, like either at the airport or somewhere before. We never specified, but we used it as an excuse to not have to be like, oh, like it's nice to meet you, and then go from there. We wanted a pre-established relationship there. But I think Neil from the get-go was someone I wanted to spend more time with, but I just never got to. Like the times that I was at the Vanilla Unicorn, it was like, I didn't get to do shit there. Like I paid off Remy's fake debts, which Ruse later told me he did not owe that much money, and that Neil lied about how much he owed. Yeah, I wish I could have spent more time with Neil and done stuff that wasn't just like RP investigation. And then after playing the game, I think I said Rem E already, because I think that would have been an interesting thing with how scarred Regal is by family. maybe one of the criminals, someone in one of the criminal gangs, just to have that kind of rapport with somebody, that back and forth of like, man, I'm arresting you again. Like, come on, man. Don't you have anything better to do? Like, just so I could have that kind of mentality. I think that would have been funny. That's hard. Oh, maybe Apollo with Dr. Jake. Because I feel like there were some fun conversations that Jake and Regal had, but it was, oh my God, like Jake and Regal were always passing ships in the night. Jake and Regal were always passing ships. Never got to really interact unless it was like, hey, do you know where this person is, or court case. Yeah, I like never. I think the most time I spent with Jake was that one night at the Vanilla Unicorn that I bought drinks for everybody. The one night we saw Jake there, and that was it. So Adler was so cool. Yeah, but I spent a ton of time with Adler. I can't really say who do I wish that I spent more time with. I spent a ton of time with. Would I be greedy and say like, no, give me more Adler? Probably not. That's not fair, you know, because Adler wants to RP with other people too, you know. Wild Things, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato. Though we are discussing my adventures as Detective Regal Cortado on the Los Santos Police Department. I asked more Adler, only Adler. Listen, that beach episode, that's all I'm saying. The ideas of family potentially between him and Remy would have been cool to see, like how they might have contrasted. Yes, and that's what I got so excited about. I got so excited about that kind of story prospect, and then it just didn't happen because Stuart did not call Regal to the stand to defend Remy E. And he would have. Regal would have defended Remy E because he doesn't know anything about him. Regal knows nothing about Remy E except the fact that he was scared about going to the hospital because he didn't have money, claims he was run over by murder, which I just believed him outright. And that he liked talking to Captain Shelby. That's it. No one told me about like how insane the criminal rap sheet was. I think some people mentioned he was in cells at one point, but didn't say what he was there for. So I got to the trial and I'm finding out like he's a huge criminal? That doesn't sound like the Remy I know. You and Adler reminded me of a bro and sis relationship. I don't think it was like that. I kind of liked the ship 7299, but it's also like that's just it's kind of cute. I like these two together, but never an actual like thing. Like that's a for fun one. Would you saying did you mean Regal not Rico have been considered metagaming? I thought it would have been. Which is why I didn't say anything. That's the whole reason I didn't say anything. I was afraid that was considered metagaming. And it also seemed like people were getting tired of the court case, and I didn't want to like elongate it even further. So, yeah. So is Macaroni. Yeah, where did he end up? So is Macaroni what? I forgot what I said. Oh my god, if you don't want more Adler, I'll take all the Adler. No. You gotta talk to B about that, okay? I can make jokes all day about wishing I had more time with them, but I'm not that selfish. Okay? I'm not that selfish. Maybe a little selfish. Maybe a little selfish. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Joe, I like the crack ship of 7299, which is Regal and Adler. But it is not a, oh my god, they were in love with each other in District V, because they weren't. It is a fun ship though. And I do think it's very cute. And I think we had a lot of really good moments together. Just like I think Regal and Remy are cute together. Cortado. But it wasn't actually a thing in game. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Taiga. Hi, Taiga. We kneel down. We kneel for down. Damn. I was actually just talking about this. That's so funny. Taiga. Taiga, thank you for the double raid. First of all, I love the comics. I'm seeing 72992. Listen, all I'm saying is if 7299 is your crack ship, I support you, as does B. Both of us very much enjoy 7299. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. Embrace it. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves. Just know that it's not canon. Everybody, welcome in. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee-fueled host with the most professional voice actor, and I absolutely love working out. More importantly, for the past 12 days, I have been playing as Detective Regal Cortado of the Los Santos Police Department. We're doing a DistrictV recap, which I'm sure is what you were doing with Taiga. Somebody had literally just asked me, before playing DistrictV, who did you want to spend time with that you didn't get to spend time with? And then after DistrictV, who are you sad you didn't get to spend time with after getting to know people? And the first answer was Neil, because the only times I got to talk about, the only times I got to talk to Neil were like calling him or like, hey, have you heard about this person? Hey, here's $500,000 to pay off Remy's debt. Hey, cool club. And then that was fucking it. That was fucking it. Thank you, Detective Regal, for picking me up from the hostage situation. Oh, Hachi! Wait, who did you play? I'm so bad with people's like out of character names. Which character did you play, Hachi? Who were you? Elise? From Burger Shot, pink hair, yeah. God, that was like my first hostage situation, wasn't it? That was like the first hostage situation I had, wasn't it? Yeah, it was like 2 or 3. Yeah! I remembered! That was my first hostage thing. And according to B, I did it really well, so that made me happy. Well, I'm glad I saved you. I guess I'm glad I saved you. Oh my gosh, but... And you asked me if I was okay, and I was like, OMG, we talked about soup and Disneyland. I remember that too. I tried to offer you burgers. I mean, I do like burgers, but I think at the time I played Cortado like such a fucking hard ass. I was like, nah, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Just get home safe, okay? Me being a fucking dumbass. Passing on free burgers, bro. You're very good with hostage situations. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Just kept going, okay. Yeah, because I was just like, hey, you can say whatever you want to say. But those of you that came in, we are having a bit of a Q&A and out of character talk, talking about behind the scenes stuff. I was talking about the people that I liked spending time with. I listed probably my two crack ships that are not canon, because canon that Regal was not romantically interested in anyone. But a lot of good times. The voices in my head keep thinking you're a mole because you kept going to Neil. Oh, no, it's just because. So really, really, really early, Remy made it really obvious that Neil knew things based on the conversations we kept having. But Remy refused to open up about it. So once Remy left, I was like, let me fucking talk to this Neil guy. What does he fucking know? What has he got going on? He's got to be some sort of criminal mastermind. But I couldn't prove it, so I couldn't tell other people. I knew but couldn't prove it, kind of thing. And unfortunately, it's one of the rules for cops, which is like, unless we have proof, we can't act on anything. And I know some people were asking like, why weren't the cops doing more? Why weren't we, like, we knew Luca worked out of the cat cafe for like the entirety of forever until they got their own like place. Like, why weren't we doing anything? Because the cops, I said this at the beginning, the cops have like a 10-page document of like, this is what you're allowed to do. This is what you're not allowed to do. And when you don't have evidence and you don't have proof, you cannot just go to a place and be like, I saw you rob this store yesterday. Guns out. You're under arrest. Because that's You know, that's not how it works. Which is really unfortunate because that's how I had to interact with Lucy. And it's really unfortunate from the private investigator standpoint. We literally, like, we knew who all the bad guys were every time Lucy and I talked. But because the cops had so many goddamn rules about how we were able to engage with criminals, we just weren't, I just couldn't tell him anything. And I just couldn't follow up on any of the leads he gave me. I'm like, wow, the thing you told me is complete hearsay. I'll go see if I can find anything. Oh, they're closed. Guess I'll find out later. Oh my gosh. I felt so bad though, because I wanted to do stuff with Lucy, but like, cops are not allowed to be corrupt. We were not allowed to like do non-cop things. I was trying to treat him like an informant, but like, there was just nothing to share. Like, I just didn't have anything for him because there was nothing going on. There was no criminal activity aside from Luca occasionally robbing a bank for like a long time. There were no other deep plots. Yeah, sir, that's my job. I mean, listen, it happens. It happens. Could you imagine that if that had played out? That would have been so interesting. What if I was a rat to Neil? Like you're saying? I kind of do wish that they would have let us play corrupt cops, but at the same time, with how spread thin we were, man, it would have been terrible. Because I think all of us, interrogating Neil? I don't think I ever wanted to interrogate him, but I just wanted to have like a non-restricted conversation. Yeah. A non-restricted conversation. Yeah, I know Neil's very smart. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, it wouldn't be an interrogation. I also wouldn't have anything to go on. Every conversation that I had with Neil was like a probing conversation because I literally had nothing except for that I knew Remy had been here and is now very scared of the vanilla unicorn and made it sound like it was Neil's doing. And I'm like, hey, if he's got a hunch about this place, I got to follow up on it. And that was literally all I was going on. But because like I said, I didn't have evidence. I didn't have proof. I didn't have a crime. It was literally me fishing for information. Yes. And that's what I found out from you. But I didn't know that. He didn't tell me that. He didn't tell me that. So I literally suspected you because Remy was like, I don't know about that vanilla unicorn place. I just played off of it in character. That's it. Oh yeah, that fucking meme was so funny. You know that t-shirt that says no fears and then they see a picture of something and then the shirt changes to one fear? Ruse sent me a DM of Remy wearing that shirt where it's no fears, picture of the vanilla unicorn, one fear. Oh my gosh. Every time I'm with you, it was, I need to call Neil. I should go see Neil. So the big reason for that is because by that point, Valentina, I'm sorry, Yura, I'm in VCraft mode. Oh my God, fuck, I'd quit. I give up. Goodbye. I'm in DistrictV mode. Okay. The reason why I kept wanting to go back to Neil for information is because so many other people around Regal mentioned on several occasions that Neil knew everything about the city. Whether it was information, knowing what people did, knowing where people were. I essentially learned through the grapevine that Neil was an information broker. Without actually getting the title, I learned because of other people talking about him, and then Remy being very scared of him, that Neil was an information broker to some capacity because of how other people interacted with Regal. Because of that, I needed to lean on that on several occasions, like when Orly was missing, because like I mentioned before, I didn't know shit about Orly. Nothing. Listen, I love Andrea to death, but we did not interact in game. We had one interaction. She picked up Remy and took him out of the VIP area of the Cat Cafe, and we laughed about it. And that was it. That was the entire interactions I had with Orly. I didn't know anything else about her. So all of a sudden, when we get the comm that she's missing and I need to find her, I'm like, I don't know shit about this person. Huh? So I'm like, let me call Neil. Maybe he knows something. That was it. Almost called you Royale in chat. Yeah, don't be like Yura, who called me. How many times did you call me Royale, Yura? How many times did you call me Royale? How many times? How many times? Hey, what's up? Answer the question. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. How many times? How many times? How many times? How many times? Oh my goodness gracious. Like 6? Yeah. That's what I thought. Man. Hey Royale, what does Regal think of Roy? I hate it here. I hate it here so much. Oh my gosh. It's okay. I kept getting confused by people saying Ben Boto because of Ben Dover. Oh, and had to keep locking in his kneel down. Oh. That's so funny because B and I ran into Ren's character the first day that he was there because he got kidnapped. And it should have turned into a race, but they had a false start and we just didn't see where they went. So, or I keep saying race when I mean chase. They had literally they were like, all right, give us a signal. And Adler hadn't gotten in Regal's car yet and they took off. And by the time Adler got into Regal's car, that was it. I'd react to Ben so much. I feel that. Man, it's crazy. Then became hostage 5 times in total. That's insane. That's actually wild. Yeah. Is anybody else curious of anything? Comments, questions, concerns about District V? Anything that you guys are like, man, I wish I knew this about Regal. I want to know about him. What happened? What happened? Oh my gosh. Was a shame not having Ben Boto from the start. Yeah, I think Ren was just busy, right? I'm pretty sure they were. Fairly certain. I don't really know Ren too well. I think that may have actually been our first time interacting. Is he a good swimmer? Some would say no, based on the injuries they sustained when he dove into the water. I'll leave it there. What do you think the 3 of them did after leaving Los Santos? You mean Aurora, Remy, and Regal? I think we went back to Remy's hometown. Is I think the assumption. I'm pretty sure that's the assumption, but we didn't really work it out. So I'm going to say keep it open-ended. We all went to the airport together and then make your own adventure from there, unless Ruse or Hilo say anything. So I think you're so cool that you never go out of character. It's more fun that way. And then you can kind of blend lines a little bit or blur lines a little bit. And then it gets kind of fun from there too. It's a good time. It's a good time. Was that your first roleplay thing, Yura? I thought you were part of VCraft. Did I misremember you? Like, why would you call me Royale if you weren't... Wait, why did you call me Royale if you weren't part of VCraft? Wait. 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 Why are you calling me Royale if you weren't part of VCraft? I'm gonna scream. I'm actually so sad. That's a question, true. Because I combo Roy and Regal. Oh. Hey, whatever you say. I think you're the only person I heard call me Royale. Maybe somebody else did too. I feel like I heard it a couple times. But it doesn't sound the same. Yeah, Royale Regal? Oh, Royal and Royale, true. Hey, take care, Domini. Bye-bye. Regal's favorite criminal. That's a tough one. The dice rolling with Luca was fun. Don't say Valentina. So the problem is, was Neil ever actually arrested for anything? Because if not, then I don't think I can count him as a criminal. I just got the Cortado part of your name after 12 days. That it's a coffee drink? That it's half espresso, half steamed milk? Got away scot-free. I figured as much. I just couldn't investigate you. I kept getting pulled away to fucking cop duty. I don't know. Anya Knees was really funny as a criminal. Because I didn't know what happened, but she was like, Hazumi was so like, I could tell she was just laughing so much during that process. What's up, Miles? Man. Luca also took a coffee for me, so I was pretty happy about that. If Rem E counts as a criminal, I'd probably also say him. Nissan Beep Beep. Hell no! Nissan Beep Beep blew me up at a gas station! Oh my gosh. Macaroni almost clocked Neil when Neil tried to rescue Luca but didn't. Oh, that's one of the best. Oh, what triggered the martial law order on the last day? Wasn't there like a oh, I think it's we had a massive server disconnect, and then because of that, everyone's vehicles disappeared. So I think they said martial law because it just turned into a gunfight instead of a vehicle chase, I think is what happened. I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't part of it. I wasn't part of any of that. Was that when I was going around with Adler? Was that when I was in the Annihilator with Adler? When we were having our RP moments? I think that's what it was. I genuinely think that's what happened. Right? Just after, I believe. I think you were with Valentina? Was I? Because I didn't join up with Valentina again until we went to the Sakura festival. There was like a big gap of time between everything. I don't know. I'll have to go back and check it. You were on the helicopter and I heard it. We went, oh, okay. So I was on the helicopter. Okay. So that was when I was flying around with Adler then. I was so shocked about the martial law, for real. That honestly was my favorite. Wait, which part was your favorite, Joe? Which part? No, I killed people during that. Yeah, I was gonna say I was pretty certain that I wasn't with Valentina during that. I feel like I would have remembered her pulling out a gun and mowing people down. I'd have been like, damn, Valentina, get him. I thought it was because of a gang, like 8 people tried hunting down Jimmy Umami. I only remember seeing Jimmy on like the first day. Jimmy was cool. Oh, exploding at the gas station? God damn it. How many times did I die? There was exploding at the gas station. There was the carnival ride. There was one more aside from that, wasn't there? What was the other one that I died? What was the other time that I died? What's the third one? I know there was a third one and I can't remember what it was. Box ordered it trying to restore order after the chaos at the beach failed, resulting in all of the bachelors spilling up on bikes and other gangs interfering because they were also using bikes and masks. Okay. When the local... Oh, that's right! The Gold Deagle one-shot. That's what it was. That was the third time I went down. The Gold Deagle one-shot from the local, which was insane. I think there would have been some clues on Twitter and TikTok apps in the game. Oh, for like just general stuff? Maybe. It was my flawless plan, but the server tsunami messed it up. Wait, it was your plan? Wait, that's sick. Wait, that's actually dope. That's such a cool plan. That is so cool. That is actually genuinely so freaking cool. What a cool plan. Locals having weapons is crazy. It's because they're guards to like the banks. So they show up. But the problem is they just shoot everybody. Like, we showed up on site as cops to help the people that were downed. And that guard local shot at us. But we hadn't done anything. We didn't even step in the place. How the hell does a local have a gold deagle? No idea. Zero clue. But it downed me. I think it was Musashi. If Musashi had joined up. It was another cop. It was me and one other cop. Shinri's character, Jay Smith. 4 of the bachelors. I think that's it. Yeah. I think that was it. Because there were 7 of us were downed. That one local with the golden deagle downed 7 of us. It was insane. On the last day, don't think anyone other than Roku and Chase clocked going. This is 86 going 1042. Oh, who said that? Was it Macaroni? Did he clock in just to say that? Probably the local with the most kills, probably. I heard Musashi and Horizon jump scared. Wait, got Horizon jump scared. What does that mean? It was very grindhouse. 6 or 7 people in masks with bats and pistols thrashing Jimmy behind the cafe. Oh, damn. Watching Remy riding his bike was so cool. I wish I got to ride with him. Oh, it's because Jimmy broke Nissan's heart? Oh. Wait, what happened? So the mechanics planned to hunt him down. They called VU to help. Oh. How did he break her heart? Wait, I'm finding out the lore. I'm getting the deep lore. Hold on a second, guys. Wait a minute. Hold on. We're getting the deep lore. Hold on. Deep lore? Deep lore? Left her at the altar? Fuck him up. Listen, I might have my grievances with Nissan beep beep. Ain't no way. Fuck him up. Jimmy said, and I quote, "I'm for the streets." Okay, wait. Wait, he might have a point. Hold on a second. Wait, he might have a point. Hold on a second. He might have a point. Oh my gosh. Man, I'm sad I don't think I ever got to ride on Remy's bike. Ever. Wait a minute. I bought him the bike. I fucking bought him the bike. I gave him $150,000 and I never got to ride it. Too bad. Yeah, you did. Wait, when? Yeah, you did. When? When did I ride Remy's bike? Or yeah, I did buy it. You bought it on the bike and I got to ride it? No, I meant you bought him the bike. Oh, okay. Buying his bike. Okay. Just making sure. I was like, I don't remember riding it. But that's so fucking funny. Yeah, because I gave him $150,000 so he could buy it. It's so funny that Remy got people to pay for him. I mean, now you guys know why I was so willing to pay for everything. Like, fucking Neil was like, oh yeah, it was $500,000 that Remy racked up in debt. I was like, okay, here you go. Money doesn't matter to Regal. He doesn't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care. Paid for, what's it called? Remy's hospital bills too. And he didn't interact with his character that much. But what do you think Regal would have said to Justin at the end? Oh, I fucking sent his ass to jail. Fuck Justin. What a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. I was the only person there for him. I was the only person there for him. I was the only person there for him. And he didn't remember me. I was the person that told him about macaroni. I called him to make sure that he was okay. And then when we were talking in the jail cell and I found out it was Justin, I was like, Justin, why did you do this? Like, I was there for you. And he was like, you were? I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Is that a joke? Fuck this. And I sent him to jail immediately. I was like, fuck this guy. I sent his ass to jail immediately. Get him out. The irony that I'm hearing you say this while Just in Time is live right now. You mean Leo? Fucking Leo. I'll just call his ass and be like, you're such a piece of shit, Leo. I hate you. I'm never playing Valorant with you. Don't ever invite me. Oh my god, Leo's doing a Zatsu right now. Fucking A. Just call his ass and be like, hey, by the way, fuck you. Affectionately. No, I'm not gonna call him. I'm not gonna call him. There's different rules. I'm an indie, he's not. It's different. Justin's blinded by love and grief to notice other things. Yeah, like someone actually extending a hand to help him. The one person that tried to help him. I even tried to warn everyone about him. I literally did so much investigatory work to be like, hey guys, I think Justin's gonna do some crazy shit. We need to get on it. And no one helped me. I even went to Neil to get the information. And then I followed up about it. And I called him on the phone. And I tried to talk him down and everything, dude. I did so much detective work. I was there for him. And he didn't remember me. Oh, I'm so mad, dude. I'm so mad. It's like the most investigatory work that I did that actually like led to something. I was so mad. I was so pissed. I was so pissed. I was praying that would help the LSPD get to Justin, but nothing came of it. I was so sad, bro. I was so mad. God damn you, Leo. And then he had the balls to bring Justine to the goddamn group photo. I was gonna destroy him, dude. I was so ready. I was ready to grab him by the waist and suplex his ass, dude. and you blow up Neil's phone asking about him. You were so worried about even Neil that he even gave him warning, given everyone was going after the leaders. Yeah. I was worried, man. Yeah, but it's like, okay, so I say fuck that guy comedically, but it's also just very funny. And Neil was just waiting for someone to kidnap him. No one did. So, you know what's so funny is because like we did talk about you getting kidnapped, but quite literally it was Orly, Justin, and Luca all went missing at the same time. Orly I didn't think had anything to do with it, but like Luca was is the head of the Bachelors, and then Justin was the head of the hospital, and I was like, 3 people in like the span of an hour is a lot. What's happening? That's crazy. Regal and Remy X their leads being ignored. It's because I think everybody was like genuinely out of character. Everybody was like busy with the Orly situation. Everybody was busy with the Orly situation. And that's why they were caring. And then I actually cared about Luca. I actually was like, hey man, listen, I know we've had beef. I just wanted to make sure you're okay. And then he's like, I got kidnapped for 2 hours. I got held down. I wonder if that was real, that he actually got held in a secret elevator in the mountain. I wonder if that was real. I have no idea if that was real. Has anyone seen Luca's POV? Was he actually held captive? Oh no, he was lying. Yeah, it's real. Fuck you, you're hell no. Bro, I thought he was telling the truth. I thought he was telling the truth. So I knew immediately he was lying. So Adler said the same thing. B was like, I don't think that elevator works. And I immediately in my head, I was like, well, what if it's like only for gangs? Like it only be operated by gangs, you know? Dave disappeared in an elevator. That's insane. Luca lying in other news. Water is wet. I mean, it's true. It's true. Would you be a detective again, or was it too much? It's hard. I talked about this a little bit before. This is not my first time role playing. However, this is my first time not only doing GTA role play, but my first time playing GTA ever. So I was dealing with like a double debuff, trying to do GTA RP and being part of the cops. I got really burnt out. I'm gonna be super real. I'm gonna be super honest. I'm gonna be super genuine. I got really burnt out. Impossibly burnt out. If someone was like, hey, new GTA roleplay server goes live next week, I'd be like, deuces, I'm not playing. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would not. If they were like, hey, it's live next week. If you ask me again in like a couple months, I may have recovered from burnout. And I may do it, but I don't know if I'd be a detective again. Cause like the problem is like, and this is something I was trying really hard to get across to B in our scene where it was Regal and Adler in the helicopter where he was like telling his backstory. I was really trying to get across that it does not matter if Regal is a detective or not. All that matters to him is taking down his family. And even then, that goal can also shift if he learns to accept what his family does and realize that the world is significantly more complicated than he thought because he lived in a bubble. Those goals can shift. So in regards to Regal, he could come back as a detective. He could come back not as a detective. But the problem is like, who's there? The problem is like, who would be around? The characters that would be playing. I think I said it before, unless like Adler, Remy, and or Blanks are around. And Valentina, probably. Because that's like, those are like the 4 people that were closest to him. Unless those 4 are around, it would probably be pretty unlikely that Regal would return. Probably. I mean, you didn't leave with you didn't leave with Remy and Aurora. I went to the airport because Remy disgusts me. Well, there you go. So then we probably wouldn't be together because I went with Remy and Aurora. Yeah, and I couldn't sit down. No, I posed. I posed really seductively and professionally. So, do you think you'll practice with vanilla GTA before joining season 2? Oh, I don't even know if there is going to be a season 2. I don't think we've even started talking about that yet. But yeah, that's the thing. I don't know if I would come back as a detective purely because of how difficult it was to do that. It was hard. It was really, really, really hard. And I'm saying this as I'm like so goddamn exhausted. I say this right now as I'm so fucking exhausted. It was really hard. Give us a few months. I'm tired. I'm with you, Tyga. Tyga and I have shared trauma now with how tired we are. Can you do the meow thing as Regal one time? Oh, do you mean like the brrrr? Like that? Brown. Brown. Not the shared trauma. No? Oh, I don't know what you meant. My bad. Yeah, don't you know I'm a professional voice actor? I can sound like a cat. I can sound like an idiot. It's pretty easy. The one at the boat? What? Does anyone know what Joe... Does anyone know what Joe's talking about? I don't know what... Listen. I don't know what Joe's talking about. But I'll meow for the right price. Joe, I need more context. Oh! Row. Yeah, when we were with fucking Rizar. Row. yeah, that. Stop it. How about that? The longer, awkward one. Your interactions with Rizar's character were so fun. I could not tell what the fuck Rizar wanted from me. There were so many times where we had genuinely really, really funny interactions. It is hilarious to me that we died twice together. First in the gas station explosion, which was completely random that he was there. Second in the carnival ride, dropping him, myself, and Ash. And and not Leron, that piece of shit. And it's so funny to me because I feel like every time I saw Ryan in character, I felt like I was dealing with a different person. Because I heard there was first day Ryan that we saw him and we died together in the explosion. There was second day Ryan. Well, that wasn't first day, but second time I saw Ryan, and way more flirtatious, way more energetic, way more like fun having. We fall off the ride. The next time I saw him was morning voice, where it was just Rizar like, I just woke up. I haven't had a chance to do my vocal exercises yet. Don't worry. I'll be looking for those sugar daddies and sugar mamas soon. And I'm like, okay, listen, whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. All right, that's crazy. And then I saw him at jail and he was cursing me out. And then I saw him becoming a criminal. Even more so on the last day. I was so... Dude, he's a chameleon. He was so many... It's insane. He was insane. He was a criminal. He was my mole rat. Apparently, he was also Valentina's informant. Didn't know that. Thanks for sharing that with me, Yura. I appreciate it. Yeah. So that we tricked Valentina, it didn't matter. Oh. All the information he gave her was half truths. Valentina! He's the reason why Mr. M died. What? Mr. M died? Wait, you told me that he left town. You told me he left town. Mr. M was Malum. Wait. No, Mr. M was Malum. Lucy was Searle Ock Holmes. I wonder which is the truth. How about you eat my ass? I'm assuming he's not dead since he had that scene on Twitter where he had the conversation with Lucy and they were in character about going to their next case. My God, dude. Him and Gerard have so many voices. I'm sad. I didn't really get to interact with Gerard much except for the time that I pulled him over where I think it was either him or whoever was on the back holding Valentina, which was, I think, mine and Valentina's first interaction where I pulled whoever was driving over. I love watching him crash out. We had like 2 interactions the whole time. Mr. M's last scene is watching Sunny dancing to Gangnam Style after failing to get info from the Bachelors. Dude, I'm gonna be so real. If you were not a cop, or you didn't have like a vast amount of wealth and or product like drugs, getting information was impossible. You had nothing to offer. You were I do not know how Lucy did it for how long he did. Pretending to have information would have driven me crazy. That was insane. Came at a bad time. Not really. No, not at all. Just lie your way to the top. Oh yeah, I absolutely know what's going on. Has no clue what's going on. I wish there was more stuff for private investigators. I think it would have been really cool to have like a rival faction, but I think that's just a GTA RP thing. There just isn't that type of thing that exists, which is unfortunate, but you know, there we are. Gerard Tim was the hollow star that was Gerard, Tim was the hollow star that was won almost every day. It was there for long stretches of time. Goofy, lovable bastard. Oh, do you mean like playing almost every day? Okay, sorry. My media literacy. Oof. Lucy tried to continue the whole I'm part of the LSPD bit, but until someone caught him for it because of the day one glitch. I caught him. Because this was an unfortunate thing. And I tried really hard not to metagame this. So we mentioned beforehand, the entire police force had like so many training sessions, like so many pre-stream, pre-DistrictV launch training sessions. And obviously we weren't in character during them. We were just learning how to play the game, learning how to do stuff, that kind of thing. And Lucy was not at any of them, nor was he in Discord listed as a cop, because we have our own cop chat in Discord. So immediately when he was like, oh yeah, I'm a private investigator for the LSPD, I'm like, you're not part of the LSPD. I think it was like one of the first things I said to him. I was like, no. But then Vox as Serpico kind confirmed he was, I was like, okay, I guess I'll show him the ropes, question mark. But everything felt weird. So I followed up with Wayne Kerr, Chief Wayne Kerr, one of the days. And I was like, hey, have you heard about us getting like a new arrival or like a private investigator? And Wayne was like, nope. And then told me later that it was an imposter or like a mistake or a clerical error or something like that. So from that point, I was like, if I ever see Cyril Holmes again, he was gonna get it. But he didn't claim that he was with the LSPD then, so I was like, okay. Can't be a private eye for the police department though. So it's not that they can't, but they weren't. They weren't on our payroll. They didn't have access to our resources. We may have been able to RP something out like it, but unfortunately, that I don't think that was the reason that he was doing it. I think he was doing it so he could get the information that he needed and then, air quotes, solve the case. But there was no case to solve because nothing had happened yet. Like drugs didn't even start getting made until so late, man. It was crazy. We didn't have to start dealing with drugs until like day 7 or day 8. It was crazy. Private investigators, private because they're not working for public government structure. No, yeah, exactly. They would have just been a investigator, not private investigator. No, and that's why I said, like, I wish that he did have more of the tools. Just like I wish Mr. M had more of the tools too. Because having almost like an enemy faction to like the detectives at the PD would have been really cool. I think it could have made like a really cool rivalry plot where it's like, we have to work within red tape, but we have better resources. They don't have to work within red tape, but they don't have as many resources as we do. It would have been really cool to see how that played out. I wish we could have played it more to see how it felt. I'm sad that Malum and I didn't really get to do anything after Lucy had to leave. It was just bad timing all around. You know? Just bad timing all around. Probably the Chief's cousin made him your problem. Oh my gosh. Honestly, as Bachelor's viewers, Mr. M's first mistake is contacting Yukun first. He never gave his number to strangers. Oh, he gave my number. Or wait, Yukun gave me his number. There we go. I actually got to call him once too. Yeah. Regal could have possibly been a mole for them too. So I'll say this again. Unfortunately, as cool as it would have been, unfortunately, cops were not allowed to be corrupt. We weren't allowed to do any illegal activity. So quite literally, we were banned, limited from doing anything like that. Hey, Taker Air IV. Roscoe here. Well, hey, welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. McCarthy was awesome. I liked making chase puns. My goodness. Man, my voice is starting to like die. I can feel it. I can feel it all around me. I've been dreaming of this moment all my life. It's my destiny. And also, one of the officers resigned from the forces, then they can do crime. Yeah, but then I think all of us would have had that feeling of like, wow, you abandoned us. That's why I didn't leave. A lot of talking lately. Yeah, the 12 days catching up to me. If cops weren't so restricted, given how everyone else weren't as similarly bound, it would have been bedlam day 5 and onwards. Oh yeah, absolutely. I absolutely think the cops needed to have some restrictions. Some of them did frustrate me though. Some of them were like, I was not. Anyway, Wilson only gave like 10 people his contact info. Envy! Sergeant Hill be smiling. Good to see you. How are you? Hi, Envy. We've had a lot of people showing up. Please don't murder your voice. No promises. Guys, I got to stream in like 8 hours. That's crazy. But I don't feel like stopping yapping. I'm just having a good time. I'm just yapping. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow for Zanny and Koo for Night Rain, and I'm like, I'm gonna have no voice, and I'm gonna be tired out of my balls, and I'm just gonna be like, guys, John Night Rain. I'm John Night Rain. I'm John Night Rain. How's the recap? It's been good. I've been having a good time. There's been some fun revelations and stuff that we get to talk about. How are you feeling, Envy? I know you talked about you needed to get some rest. Talked about needing to have a break. What do you imagine Ray will look like hair-wise? In terms of what? Hmm? 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 Wow. And good little relaxed day. Get yourself a little peach, okay? That's another thing I was a bit sad. Zanny didn't join us. True, Zanny would have been a stellar VU member. I said the same thing. I said the same thing to Tyga, and I said the same thing to Zanny, that he would have fit in perfectly at the VU. Zanny would have been perfect at the VU. Oh, female Regal? I mean, she'd probably keep her hair in like a ponytail, I'd imagine. Probably be like a high ponytail so it stays out of the way. I would imagine. Yeah, I would have taken him to the VU. It would unironically been the Unholy Trinity if he did play. Oh, yeah, because Val and Murder were part of the VU as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would have been like, I think Ray would have been like, for a female Regal, would have been like, imagine Regal's outfit just on her. That's it. And a high ponytail. You know? Yep, my boys. Apparently so. The thing is, he likes to hang out with his chat a lot, so DistrictV would make it so he would have to focus all his attention on the RP instead of the Netherlinks. I mean, yeah, I mean, Zanny's a grown-ass man. Zanny can do whatever he likes. I'm just glad that he gets to do whatever he likes with me. No, but I was sad. It would have been nice to roleplay. But, hey, there's always other times in the future. At what point did criminal activities make absence of players at real jobs a problem? I know the cafe and burger shop wound up empty a lot. It's kind of funny because the cat cafe and burger shop wound up empty so often or closed, a lot more people wound up at Vanilla Unicorn, myself included. I think after day 4 or 5, I exclusively went to the Vanilla Unicorn for food and drinks. So I think that's the big difference. I think one of the problems is that people had is there weren't a lot of ways to make money if you weren't a criminal or if you didn't work for an establishment. So there were a lot of people like struggling to figure out what to do. I mean, part of Rem E's character is he had no goddamn money. So Night Rain tomorrow and RE9 the next day, rubbing my hands like a bird, man. Yes, but don't forget, tomorrow's Night Rain stream is tomorrow morning. The Night Rain stream is in 8 hours. Night Rain stream in 8 hours, guys. Welcome back, Cozy. Honestly, in a lot of small town cities, businesses are empty most of the time, so people just play on social media asking for somewhere to open up. Oh, well, that's kind of funny. Well, that's kind of funny. That's why we told people. Day Rain, exactly, Envy. I'll be John Day Rain. John Day Rain. I'm Batman. You'll be the bad cell forever. There's usually not a limit of how many people can work at places. Service app, call people usually. Oh, or it's a big limit. Got it. To call so we can open the door. 88 hours. Yeah, I mean, most nights for the past 2 weeks, I've been only getting like 4 or 5 hours of sleep. So I'm surprised there was a Batmobile there. Oh yeah, isn't it like god awful? Isn't it terrible to drive? I agree because I had to beg. Usually the limits based on you can only work at one food place or mechanic place, but any amount can work there. Oh. Talking about the Digmobile, you got it. Whatever you say less. Quick thing, would Roy, Ray, and Rue fall more under the sibling territory, or they just coincidentally look like each other? Definitely not siblings. It is more like alternate versions of myself, for spicy implications usually. Definitely not siblings. Hell no. Hell no. No. People think it's so cool, but it's ass. It's just a rocket shoe shaped. Damn, Tyga. All right, man. Tell me how you really feel. Think of the 3 Spider-Mans. Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's good. Did much happen up north in the map, or was that soft limited so EMS/cops wouldn't have to travel so far? I don't think north was limited at all. So that's the crazy thing, is because where the cops primarily was in the city. And unfortunately, that's where the majority of the crime happened. And because of that, most criminals were able to just go north and have their hideouts be like way up north, and we had no way of knowing about it because we were so busy down south. Or multiple people would commit multiple crimes far north and far south, so we would be super spread thin. It was pretty insane. Is there an incident that Regal wishes he knew more about? Yes. Yes. I talked about this so many times. This is me bitching, and this is me being sad out of character because I wasn't involved in it. I have no idea what happened with Macaroni. I have no idea what happened with Nana. And I have no idea what happened with Orly. And on day 7, when Adler was kidnapped and shot by Macaroni, I have no idea what happened with that either. In character. And I only found out that Adler got shot by Macaroni at like the end of day 8. And that shit happened on day 7. No one told me about it. So like when I was looking for Orly on day 10, I was like, I don't even know who this is. Who is this person? So yeah, I was sad to not be more involved in that plot prior. But again, it's roleplay. Not everybody is going to be in every single scene. And most of the times it would make things worse if they were, because certain scenes could only play out in certain ways with so many people. It happens. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Not really anything you can do about it. Ugh. I totally expected people to mess with the military base, the inland sea, or Mount Chiliad. Yeah, I'm surprised there wasn't more, but like, I'm also not great with transportation. I felt like pretty locked out in the city most of the time. I had great scenes with Remy because you weren't around. Wait, when? If it was Monday through Friday, that's because I was working my day job. Almost every day. If it was Monday through Friday, it's because I was working my day job. Yeah, before I logged on, yeah. Folks visited Mount Chiliad way too many times for reasons that escape me. Hey, you got me. In character, Macaroni felt so bad at shooting Adler, so many thoughts in his head, and decided to just disappear and tell no one besides Rokodana. I mean, I'll have to look up like the full story at some point. I heard that like he also may have killed Nana's father. Like, there's a plot there too. And then Chase and Nana ended up together, which Regal also knew nothing about. Yeah. So I was so disconnected from that kind of plot that it felt hard to interact with a lot of the PD on the last couple of days.
That's why I said that I was clinging to Adler so much, because she felt like the only person that I could like talk to in those situations. And then Valentina and I would go on patrol and Adler would fuck off. So it was like I was rotating between Adler and Valentina. And I think Aurora was in those scenes. So I didn't even know where Aurora was, except day 7 when we took them to the VU. So such a heartbreaker. It happens. It's just the nature of RP. It's just the nature of RP, as it were. This about a fake wedding, big quotations on fake. Hey, listen, they can live their breast life out there. If you do want to do another GTA RP server again, you might want to run around the map on your own time a bit for the future ideas. There's a ton of weird, unique areas that could spark something. Oh, probably. Yeah, I'll probably do more research next time. This time around, my big priority was just familiarizing myself with Grand Theft Auto 5 in the first place. It's okay, just play with me. Okay. Just don't make me a cop again. Or if you are gonna make me a cop again, at least like give me a couple months. Just give me a couple months. Hey, I didn't do that. You did that to yourself. Smiles? No, Vox asked me. You know I can't say no to his charming smile, okay? I didn't do nothing. Yeah, but it's fun to blame you anyway. And then bitch to you later. And be like, Tiger, this is all your fault. I'm kidding. I would never do that. I would never do that. I'm kidding! I'm kidding! The angst day at LSPD was so much like everyone's POV when they learned from the pasta man's death was so good but hurt so bad. I'll take your word for it. I think that might be what made me the most sad though, is how disconnected I was from that. And how much I tried to stick my how much I tried to get into it, and how much I felt like I got kind of like blocked off from it. So I was like, okay, no problem. Heard you loud and clear. No problem. Bye. Will there have to be more exchange of information between officers to keep informed, like end of day police meeting, like the morning one? So the problem with that is we were always busy up until like the last couple minutes of the session every single day, because the no more crime bell went off 30 minutes before server ends almost every single time. With like a minute before that would go off, there would be some sort of crime that would take 20-25 minutes. So we'd have no time left over to go off duty, to go get a drink, to decompartmentalize, to have a debrief meeting. There was literally just never anything. And unfortunately, because I was working my day job Monday through Friday, and then Monday and Tuesday, so yesterday and the day before, I stopped being part of the morning meetings. So I missed everything. So yeah. Actually, most days I also didn't have a partner. That's why I cling to Remy so much, because we were the only detectives for a while. Because I wasn't at the morning meetings, I didn't get assigned a partner. So I was flying solo so often. I think that's why I ended up with Valentina so often, and Adler, because Adler I don't think had a captain or a partner very often either. Yeah, that sucks to be honest. It happens. It's just Macaroni was always solo often too. That's so weird. I switched between you and Chief. That's so funny. I wonder why. Wouldn't there have to be I already said that, never mind. But yeah, like I said, it happens. All this kind of stuff happens in RP. It's no one's fault. It's just, that's what happens when there's so many people to play with. It is what it is. I had a good last day. I loved the closure that I had with Adler. I loved the fact that Remy came back and took Aurora and I with him. And I kind of let loose a little bit more on the last day too. So bye, Tyga. Thank you again. I'm probably ending here momentarily too, because I have stream in less than 8 hours. So, and then work right after. So I should probably get some sleep. Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, guys, let's find someone to raid. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Let's find someone to raid. Why? Let's find someone to raid. Oh, I can raid Leo on YouTube. There we go. No, I can't. I forgot. Oh, I can't. Never mind. Never mind. He's not letting me. I will raid into my own waiting room for what's it called tomorrow? For Night Rain. That way, YouTube audience. Hold on to your puns as a Roy raid. Into my own waiting room. Yes. But we should have people that we can raid on Twitch. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh, is Mary doing a recap for VCraft? For District V? He is. Let's go send I guess Mary some hype, I guess. Yeah, I think he's just looking at all the Bob Burger Weather stuff. I think so. We will send Bob Burger Weather some stuff. Ugh. Hopefully he's doing it as Bob. I don't think he is. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate it. I sincerely appreciate all the support. Thank you for being here for the end of Regal story TM, possibly for now. Enjoy your ships. Remember that they're just for fun and you enjoy them. If you want to make art, enjoy yourselves. I do genuinely want to say, as we're signing off though, and this should be the last thing that you guys take with you. Thank you to everybody that enjoyed Regal. Thank you to all the artists that drew Regal, because holy crap, there were so many of you. If you clipped Regal, oh my god, thank you. It's awesome to see replays of fun moments. If you talked about Regal during District D, thank you so much. Thank you guys for making the past 12 days an unforgettable experience. And I'm very, very appreciative to have so many of you. So, for one last time, guys, this is Detective Regal Cortado, 072, going 1042. Good night, everybody. Otsutaro, Detective Cortado.